слов. Июльский вечер, любимые глаза, и нашу встречу вернуть уже нельзя. Нас познакомил случай, и я думал, что он счастливым был.
Request rearming.
Copy. Rearming complete.
I always forget to unmute. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, blue was outnumbered pretty badly, so we're going to do some ground attack for them. Give me a chance to at least attempt to stay current on this thing, since I don't fly it very much. Oh my god, what, you can zoom in on these images? What the fuck? Bro, how long has this been a thing? How fucking long has this been a thing? What the fuck? Always? I had no idea. I actually had no idea. I think it was 9 to set a mission waypoint, I think. Now we begin the fun game of we're at a NATO airbase and we have to find the runway. As opposed to just rolling out of the hangar straight onto it. I think this is the end here. Indeed it is. Fingers crossed I don't get bounced, which I probably will, because I have no countermeasures and no missiles for self-defense. I'm only carrying rockets at the moment. It's probably not a good idea, but that's what we're doing. Radio check 251. I think it's already set to, yep, M1 is our mission waypoint. The autopilot on this thing is so fucking good. Just let it fly itself for a bit. We are 6 Swedish miles out, which means we're 60 kilometers from the objective. A Swedish mile is apparently 10 kilometers. Yeah, boiler red was very stacked. It was like 2 to 1, so we're doing some ground attack in this thing. I do, like, as much as I bitch about it, I do really like this plane, and when the module works, which is, you know, as long as you don't intentionally do anything stupid, it generally does. It's a lot of fun. It's just when it gets used for things it isn't really designed to do, and in a way that it's not supposed to, that's when it has problems. But for ground attack, it's a really nice module. I mean, even, like, for some light air-to-air, it's not bad until you start overspeeding it, or the damage model says no one leaves. About a year ago, when the MiG-21's flight model was broken for like a month or so, I learnt to fly the Viggen. I already knew how to fly it air-to-air because it's pretty simple, but I taught myself to use a bunch of the air-to-ground stuff as well, and I had a lot of fun. I just wish heat blur would actually fix its problems, so I can go back to enjoying it fully instead of only enjoying it in certain situations. Yeah, no worries. I wasn't planning on doing like a full-on Discord stream, I just wanted to show Gurn Sprocket, but when everyone started piling in, I thought, why not actually be sociable today?
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 3-1, request bogey dope. Uzi 3-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 0-0-4.
Concern.
At 6,000, flanking.
Big concern. Looks like the radio tower's down. So we've hit the airfield, the comms tower's down, there's smoke there, but I don't know if the buildings are down yet. No worries, Goat. It wasn't really a lot of work, to be honest, for me to just do that. If I tried to edit something together properly, that would have been work. But for me to just jump in the MiG-21 and talk about it and fly it around, that's not work to me. I enjoy flying it so much that that's something I take no encouragement to do. I just wanted to try and touch on the main stuff. I will do a part 2 to that at some point in the fairly close future. Covering some of the stuff I didn't cover, or things that I could have covered better, like particularly the air-to-ground. Actually see the airfield buildings on the radar there.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 3-1, request bogey dope.
I don't know why I brought a belly tank, I don't need it for this mission.
3-1, Overlord 1-1.
In fact, we'll go ahead and drop it.
3-4-14 at
Let's drag.
flanking.
As a matchup against the Viggen, it's complicated, put it that way. The Viggen has a few bugs at the moment which allow it to perform much better than it actually should. So it can like dramatically overspeed to the point where it's physically impossible in real life for a manned aircraft to reach that speed at low altitude. But if you don't count that, the 21 mostly outperforms the Viggen. The Viggen does have a few tricks up its sleeve though. I need to get some altitude here so I don't get eaten alive by man pads, although I probably will anyway. Oh shit. Where's the fucking runway? I can't even... No, I'm gonna break off. Oh, I flew over it. Shit, okay. Well, I didn't get popped by man-pads, so... hopefully that's a good sign. Kingsfield is really easy to miss because it's got such a narrow, short runway. Doesn't even really look like an airfield from further away. It looks kind of like a road. Okay, here we go. Sure that we're off safe, ready to go. Good hits. Let's get the fuck out of here. Just got a good hit on Kingsfield. Still a couple buildings left. Oh shit. Stinger. Yeah, that hit me. They did have them. Well, not Stinger, but Strela, sorry. They did have Strelas. They just waited for my first fly pass to get me. God damn it. Hey, super. Well, at least we had results. Maybe this time we'll take some countermeasures, eh? It means less rocket load, but it means we can actually protect ourselves. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get used to the idea of actually flying an AJ-37 loadout, not an AJS. And what that means is... sorry, I got the wrong things here. What that means is I shouldn't have all 6 pylons. So on the AJ-37, pylons 1 and 7, the wingtip pylons were not wired for weapon delivery. They were wired for the AIM-4, which the Swedes didn't ever actually use on the big one. So it was wired for an air-to-air missile that was not in service. So those were used to carry things for ferry flights, but they weren't actually used in combat. So the 2 middle wing pylons and then the 2 under the engine intakes were the pylons that were actually live for weapons. So your loadout options are much more limited with this. But it's kind of... I feel like it's a good habit to get into, because when they finally do actually add some way of restricting loadouts, like if that's implemented at some point, I'm going to already be used to it. Oh, why do you restrict the RB05s? I'm gonna have to bitch at him about that. Those are fun to use, and they're not very good either. Like, they're actually really bad, which is why they're fun to use. They shouldn't be restricted.
Copy.
Shush. Oh, we're only half an hour? God damn it. I kind of like this mission now he's fixed it. Maybe I should have got on earlier. I was thinking about it, but I saw there weren't many people on, so I thought, oh yeah, I'll just wait until it populates, but...
There are some man-paths short of buildings down Kingstown, so...
Yeah, I got wiped out by an Igla or a Strela or something. Hopefully the CK doesn't throw a tantrum with this loadout.
Is anyone on the way that...
I'm just starting back up now.
Alright, I'm just about to reload and refuel.
Illegal. Oh my god. Jesus. I mean, fuck that place already, but fuck that even more now. What the fuck? Jesus. That's wonderful, so not only do you not have effective pain relief, but the fucking pain relief they give you also destroys your liver. 5,000 IQ. I haven't had my wisdom teeth out. I've had work done on my teeth, like where when I was a kid I fell over and smashed my front top teeth on concrete, because I'm smart like that. So I've had work done on my teeth just to try and repair the damage I did to them, but I've never had any teeth removed or anything. Hey, Jeranon. Or an LV7. Nice. I haven't flown for years, so I didn't have my full license. I was still a student. And some real life stuff came up, so I haven't flown for a while, but I'm hoping to get back into it soon. Probably once the current plague is blown over a bit, since I'm in New South Wales. Okay, we should automatically switch to waypoint 1 here in a minute. There we go. Yeah, I was really close to getting it too. I had, I think, 2 theory exams and my check flight to go, but I was having a lot of issues with work, so I had to kind of take a break from it, and by the time I wanted to get back into it, I'd forgotten most of what I'd learned, so I'm going to have to start pretty much from zero now. Get the trusty autopilot going again. A little bit off. Yeah, that's the impression I get too. Like I've got a few friends, both here and overseas, who are working on either recreational or PPL, and that was usually what got them as well. Something would come up and distract them from it, and they just never got around to finishing it. Oh, that's right. It won't. The autopilot's not going to fly me stably because I've got an asymmetric loadout. I'll have to fly it by hand. I could rudder trim it actually. I think this has rudder trim, but whatever. I'll just hand fly it. It's not very far to go. Just make sure my countermeasures are working. I think they are. I have no way of actually telling from inside the cockpit, but I think they're working. Just double check my binds real quick. Yep. Okay, they're working. I'll stay focused. In the US it goes simplification, solo prep, solo cross-country prep, solo cross-country, then check ride prep. After that, solo cross-country, a lot of people drop because it becomes a little less clear what you need to be accomplishing. Yeah. Yeah, in my case, cross-country stuff would have come after. So with the Australian recreational license, you just basically get the license first, and then you can either do your passenger endorsement afterwards, or if, like, at my flying school that I went to, we did that as part of our normal license. So that by the time we got our check ride done, we should already be endorsed for passenger, which is, I think, just 10 hours solo for that. And then nav came afterwards. Try not to clip ourselves on a wind turbine here. Ibuprofen sounds like it might be ibuprofen of some sort. They usually have names like that. Aspirin? Is it? Okay. Start the flare dispense now. There's the airfield. Ah, it's way off my lineup. I don't think I... Oh, no! I got it. Okay. Interesting. Don't know how I pulled that off. Right, Kingsfield's down. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I've seen a few other people use it for stuff like this. They do exist. Count von Altabar does it a fair bit, I think. Usually when I play blue, I see him flying the Vigan as a striker. Four ground targets. It's not showing my, the score hasn't reset since the last time the server restarted, so the score's a bit whack. It's not showing my air-to-air kills at the moment. I haven't been flying well, but I haven't been flying as badly as it would suggest.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 2-1, request bogey 2. Uzi 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 029, 414 at 1000 knots.
Yeah, it can be used to find ground targets. Like, you can spot buildings with it. I don't know if you can spot ground units, but you can definitely spot buildings with it. How quickly do you adjust to using track IR? I've had it for about 11 or 12 years at this point, so I've kind of forgotten the adjustment period, but I don't think it took me that long from memory. Once you figure out a good profile that kind of suits your degree of head movement you want to use, it's pretty easy.
Okay, there are a lot of map maps on my point two there.
I remember, I think it was in the Razbam Discord, there was a lot of discussion about air-to-ground radars, and apparently the Vigan's air-to-ground radar is a little too good in DCS, but that's outside my area of expertise. I don't think it's that like, the only thing with this radar I think is a bit questionable is you can use it to spot aircraft if you jiggle the radar elevation around just right, but most people don't even know that, let alone how to do it properly, so it's not that big of a deal. But, like, my two big problems with this, now they fixed the RB74, are the overspeed and the damage model. If those were fixed, all my complaints about the Vigan, done. Other than, I guess, performance and the stuff, like, stuff that's, if you're in the Vigan, annoying, like the fact it doesn't perform well, or, your weapons despawn when you get killed. Stuff like that's annoying if you're flying it, but it's not a problem to deal with. Yeah, the Pro Clip works a little better in my experience, especially if you've got glasses. because the way that the hat clip works is it reflects infrared light projected by the actual camera, whereas the Pro Clip projects the light itself. So if you use the hat clip and you've got glasses, particularly if they've got an anti-glare coating like mine do, which is why you can't usually see my eyes, it basically jams it because it reflects the signal back. The Pro Clip's a bit more expensive, but I think it's worth it over time. The only thing I would say is be careful with it, because these are really fragile. They break very easily. Probably not a problem for most people, but I'm very clumsy and also have marginal control over the left side of my body the more tired I get, so I'm pretty liable to either drop my headset, accidentally like knock it off my desk, or if I get really, really sleepy and my tics start coming back, I'll hit myself in the side of the head. Is this Syria or Persian Gulf? This is Syria. We're flying at we're flying on Cyprus right now. I'm going in to land at Akrotiri. I am, in fact, flying the IKEA triangle. We just blew up an airfield with it. Hey, Saber. Like I said, I really like this plane, and I do like the module except for its issues. If Heatblur just fixed its issues, I'd be a very happy person. Because it's a lot of fun to fly, it's very unique, there's nothing else like it in DCS. And it looks cool. And looking cool is half the battle. That is RAF Akrotiri right there, that's where we're landing. The air brakes out to slow down a little. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they focus more on polish than actually delivering stuff on time and complete. That's my problem with Heatblur, is they're so hung up on polish and looking cool and marketing to people that don't know better, that they don't actually bring their modules up to the level they could be. They look really good on the surface, but as soon as you start to pick away that exterior, you run into problems. And it doesn't have to be like that. I'm quite sure they have the talent there to make their modules look and play good. They just focus so much on marketing, they don't actually get the shit done that they need to. Which isn't to say that every other dev in DCS is perfect with that. You know, a lot of devs in DCS have their own sets of issues, but with Heatblur, they tend to get a free pass from the community because they're so good at producing trailers, or because their products look so good. So they get away with all sorts of things that other devs get crucified for. Razbam's getting better. They're still over-promising, I think. And also, because they have a habit of posting renders of stuff that it's just renders of models that they might turn into AI in the future, but every time a DCS player sees a render of a model, they assume it means it's full fidelity module in development. So that's, I think, where a lot of the sense of Razbam overpromising comes from, at least these days. But they are doing a good job of turning themselves around. Like, the Mirage and the Harrier are both a lot better off now than they were at release. The Mirage is becoming really one of the better modules in the game. It just needs a damage model worked on a bit more, I think. So, I don't know how they're going to go with the Strike Eagle, and I'm not really that into the Strike Eagle, to be honest, but it is promising. And hopefully the Strike Eagle will come good, and people will start to realize maybe they need to reevaluate their opinions of the various DCS third parties.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 2-1, request bogey dope.
Yeah, I know the Harrier still needs a lot of work, but it's definitely better than it was. But then, Super, if that happens, you won't have the potential of the guy who's coding the Mirage's radar updates working on the 23's radar. And I don't know about you, why is my radar still on? I thought this had weight on wheels, I guess not. I don't know about you, but I see what's happening with the Mirage's radar, and I want that on the 23 really badly. Also, you've still got to fund development somehow, so, like, unless they were to find a way to fund it, they're still going to rely on somebody else, so it may as well be the guys that they're already with, right?
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 2-1, request bogey dope.
Well, I'm glad you found me too then, because the more people I can kind of encourage to try out the MiG-21 and the MiG-19 now as well, the better. The old Redfall modules are very underappreciated, I think, but I've yet to... I mean, Pom doesn't really like the 21, but I understand why. He does like the 19. But the majority of people I've spoken to, they really start to develop an appreciation for the old MiGs. I love this song so much. Let's rearm over here. I think we'll pull off the taxiway a little onto the shoulder and we'll rearm. I don't think we'll get another strike in before serving Switch's mission, but we'll see what we can do. I don't know which mission's next. Hopefully a good one.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 2-1, request bogey dope. Overlord 1-1, Uzi 4-1, request bogey dope. Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
I was gonna say it was Search and Destroy, but he's actually, he's reworked Search and Destroy, and I'm curious to see how it plays now with the new version. By the way, guys, this was a little tidbit revealed in my Discord the other day. Did you know the sight glass on the MiG-23's HUD raises and lowers? Not by this much, but it does. So when you select Close Combat Air-to-Air mode and the R60 specifically, the sight glass actually raises to give you more upwards field of view on the HUD. Because the R60 Seekers look up slightly so you can shoot people across the circle. It's really difficult to see how it does it, but there's two little linkages on the support beams for the actual reflector glass, or the collimator glass, and that's what moves. For me, ED should focus more on Cold War than World War II. I agree, but also Nick Gray, who, you know, owns ED, is a really big Warbird fan, so I think for him, he wants to focus on World War II because it's a passion of his. But I do agree, I'd rather see them do Cold War, because, I mean, while I actually prefer having full-fidelity clickable cockpits like DCS to the way IL-2 does things, IL-2 is the more fleshed out World War II sim, and it works better because it is more fleshed out. DCS World War II is good for simulating individual planes, but until it has more planes, AI and playable, and until it has more ground units, and until the AI is better, all of that, dynamic campaign, all of it, IL-2 is a better choice. And there is no better choice for, like, Cold War stuff unless you want to play Strike Fighters. And Strike Fighters is a fun game, but it's not even a basic level sim, let alone a study level sim. You know, it's an arcade sim, so to speak, like the original IL-2 was. Do you know you can adjust the incline of the ejection seat on the F-35 by a few degrees? It's interesting, I did not know that. World War II does make big profits for ED because they can invest less in the modules, and also they have access to the real aircraft because of the fighter collection. But at the same time, the earlier Cold War aircraft, the ones that do still exist and are still accessible, those aren't much more complex than a World War II plane. So things like, say, an F-100, I don't think it would be very difficult for them to make. I really don't. Obviously, rarer aircraft or aircraft which still have some degree of secrecy over them are going to be more difficult, but the common ones, or the ones that still fly even, I don't think they'd have any issues. I'm not going to get the takeoff rotate symbology with the waypoint already selected, but I don't need it. More F-100 talk, please. Yeah, I know you would love to see one. I would too, man. I would too. MiG-31, that's not going to happen for a very long time, if ever. MiG-31 is still Russia's primary interceptor. It's very, 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 very secret. Sentry and Phantom would be amazing. But even earlier stuff too, like, I legit really want a Skyray. I absolutely love that plane. I'd love to have one in DCS. Or a Banshee, or, you know, a Cougar, or something like that. Hell, even a Gutless Cutlass. I would absolutely buy a Gutless. Voodoo, yes. Oh, dude, I'd do such dirty things for a fucking two-seat Voodoo. Why is my frame rate so low? What the fuck? Oh, it might be the Viggen's radar. It's been causing issues again. Yeah, it's the Viggen's radar. God damn it. Okay, we'll just leave it off. I looked at CF-101 in the museum yesterday, just coom. The Alberta Aviation Museum has two. It has one on a fucking stick outside in the car park, and it has one parked up alongside the hangar that you can walk around and walk under and stick your head up inside the landing gear bays. It's great. Why would you want a two-seat Voodoo in particular? Because it's the Air Defense Interceptor version, and that's what the Canadians used. The CF-101B. So you got your Wizzo in the back and pilot in the front. The single-seat Voodoo was a strike fighter, or the RF-101 as well, which was single-seat, was also a photo reconnaissance version. So you had strike fighter, photo reconnaissance, and then the two-seat was a interceptor. Gotta be careful on Syria, these trees have massive hitboxes on them. You can kind of get away with brushing the top couple branches on Caucasus, as you would in real life generally, but on Syria, if you touch one leaf, you explode. It's really annoying. It's one of my few issues with this map. On my Thud? Yeah, I thought it'd be really nice. I don't know how feasible it is because of Republic having a whoopsie with all their documents. Hustler would be amazing, but I think it's a bit beyond the scope of what can be done in DCS at the moment. DCS only natively supports 2 engines for flyable aircraft. The C-130 mod uses a workaround to get it to have 4. Well, it doesn't even have 4, it has 2, but it acts like 4. So a Hustler being 4-engined and then 3 crew in it as well, I don't think that'll happen, sadly. An AI Hustler could. There's no reason that wouldn't happen, but flyable, I don't think we'll see one, unfortunately. Maybe in the distant future. Grandpa was a prison guard for Charles Manson. The guys broke into the Watergate. Was also in the Canadian Air Force when they had F-86s. He said he was stationed at an extremely remote base in northern Canada and it sucked. Yeah, I could imagine it would suck. That's cool though. Had a hell of a life. God damn. Well, yeah, but it's not multi-crew yet. Like, that's what I mean. The Hustler has your pilot, your navigator, and your weapons officer. Oh, fuck. Bad. We're nearly there, though. Oh shit, this is it here. Oh, I fucked up bad. I fucked up bad. I'm overflying the target like an idiot, and I also don't know which buildings I need to engage. Okay, the ones near the fob, and the small ones on the far side. I can do that. Please don't hit me. Bad aim. Oh, phone booth next. Excellent. Ooh. Yeah, I missed. And I'm dead. Imagine actually being prepared for your mission. I got some ground targets with that, though. So the way Alpin's done this mission is it doesn't actually count the number of buildings you destroy. The way he's done the trigger for this is that there's infantry. Single infantrymen hiding in amongst the buildings. And destroying those infantrymen is what actually fires the trigger to say, oh yeah, you've destroyed enough buildings. Which is a clever little trick. Which servers use the 8.4? It would need to be an official module for a PvP server to use it. There's just too many problems with using mods on PvP servers, that's why nobody does it. Circus 224 crashed recently. Hang on here, I've got to quickly actually, you know what? We haven't flown this for a while. Give me a second to unhook my pedal spring. Turn my heater off, it's getting a bit too warm in here. Yeah, that was me, Proof. I fucked up. I didn't check which buildings I had to destroy first, and I also got way too close because I was checking... Like, I knew we were going to be intercepted, so I was trying to figure out where the guy was, and by the time I looked back down, I was like, oh shit, that's the runway. Yeah, I'm not a fan of moving either, which is funny considering how much I do it, but... The other hind is clear. Do you want a buddy? Sure. Okay. I gotta remember how to actually fly this thing. That's plenty of fuel. Shouldn't need more than that.
Отказала основная гидросистема.
Hello, Rita.
Лук Ри-65 исправен. Отказал насос расходного бака. Отказал генератор.
No, I was going for the buildings. As much as I enjoy bombing runways and taxiways, Alpin decided that mission is bomb the buildings, not bomb the airfield. Because I complained that it was a little too easy to knock out Kingsfield and Pinobashi, and so he's like, okay, no attacking the runways, and it's like, that's not what I meant. But whatever. Okay, let's get the engine... Oh, rotor brake. Now let's get the engine turning over. Made Orzov's nose explode fighting him? Oof. I haven't started my second playthrough yet. Actually, we'll leave that one off for now. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I am indeed. Oh, hang on. Radio check. Switch over to channel 18, that should put us on the same preset as the rest of the team. Actually leave that low rate of fire. If this channel's 18, then yes. Let me double check what he's talking on. Hello?
There you go, here you go.
Oh, okay, we're on that radio. I still haven't worked out how the different radio sets on this thing work.
Apparently, for right now, the little switch that controls it doesn't work. I know what it is, because I have English cockpit, or cockpit like scum, but yeah, looking through it does nothing. It's the one right below the
Yeah, I know which one it is, it's just I don't remember which, which abbreviation is which radio. Okay, I think I've got everything on that needs to be. I think. Let's get my tracker recentered. I don't know, Saber.
Alright, yeah, let me just fix the thing.
It's probably a special condition that I have to achieve to actually activate the auto hover. I don't know how it works yet. See your control inputs? Sure. Me-24 is an interceptor? I mean, if the target's low speed enough, it sure could be. I need to open the F10 map, but I'm scared to take my hands off the controls at the moment. Okay, from Farp Younger, which is like up here somewhere. 277 for 76 ish.
So are we heading to 156?
I don't know if there's enough units there for us to really need to do it, but we could go check it out. Clear it out, then head to Nullcheck maybe. Which trim modes on special menu do you use? Whatever the default one is, I think.
Yeah, this thing flies completely different on this map than compared to, let's say, Syria.
Okay, my countermeasures are working. Hey, Steve. And there's no large-scale map for this area. Whatever. Fergalicious. I don't know, I guess we'll have to wait and see about that one. We might make them go loco. More likely we'll just crash into the ground a whole heap and get frustrated. I'll leave the control inputs up for now, but I will have to get rid of them eventually because they're really distracting the fuck out of me. I'm one of these people that I don't like having stuff on screen because it really distracts me, so I'll leave them up for a bit, but I will eventually have to hide them. When I'm flying the Hind, I use the trim hat more often than I use the actual trim button. It's good for small adjustments like what I'm doing now. Yeah, I do that a lot. Okay. Well, if I survive long enough to land, remind me and I'll turn it back on for you. When you take off in this, you want to stick a bit back and to the right, and you want some, I think it's right pedal. I usually take off slowly, like I'll slowly increase the power so I can feel which way the helicopter wants to pull, and then I'll compensate. Our friendly forces are... I forget if they're recapturing Beslan or if they're defending it, but we've got to basically defend Beslan while capturing Nalchik, or the other way around, I fucking forget. But it usually ends up with a kettle in this valley of red defending against blue coming from Nalchik. I see some AAVs in front of me, but I don't know if they're dead or not. Only one way to find out.
Well, for whatever reason, Petrovich still doesn't have IFF enabled.
Why is this not synchronizing?
He's targeting you.
Am I range finding on? No, I don't. Now I do. Yeah, he'll prioritize helicopters over any ground vehicle. But also be very careful because we do have friendlies here. I'd recommend gun only. Or gun and rockets.
Copy.
Yeah, those are definitely AAVs and I think they're alive. Keep an eye out for ground launches. Yeah.
This is mainly why I wanted to fly you hunter killer squad to way more effect.
A little off. taking 50 cal fire off the right.
Yeah, I see him.
Don't see any launches yet though. I probably don't have my altitude set correctly. That's probably why my gun's not fully accurate. Actually, no, it shouldn't matter because it uses a radar altimeter, but differences in terrain height, and it's quite hilly around here, can throw the range finding out of
I
whack.
mess with my ATGM shot.
I wouldn't waste ATGMs on these things. They're soft targets. Just go guns and rockets if you have them.
Alright. I mainly do it just to get used to it again.
Flex my radar when you decelerate, because you have to press left pedal and start slowly adding right pedal as you raise collective. Yeah. Or the thing that trips a lot of people up is they bleed off speed. They have to add more collective. That's why people usually VRS themselves into the ground in DCS. They don't realize as one comes off, the other one has to go on. It's kind of like trying to hill start a manual transmission car. You gotta let off the clutch as you put the accelerator in. Can this carry S25s? I don't think it carries 25s, I don't remember. I know it carries 24s. But I can't remember if it can do 25s. It can? Ah, there we go. Oh, no? Okay. Fuck it, I'm gonna use rockets on these. Taking tracer from the airfield too. Okay, they fully control the airfield. Shit. Yeah, kill anything on the airfield at the moment.
Copy.
Can you see if I'm leaking anything?
Let me come back around and I'll tell you.
That's why you don't overfly your target, by the way. So I'm just a little off with the gun, which is my problem here. I should be off your 9 o'clock, passing over the trees.
Yeah, I'm under fire, so give me a second. Alright, I see you coming in now.
No smoke or anything coming out of me?
Not that I can tell.
Okay, good.
What about me? I took a few hits.
You looked okay when I last saw you. I'm just circling back around now.
Copy. I'm not seeing any drop in engine performance, so I should be fine.
Yeah.
When that pair of ETRs with S24s but missed.
I'm gonna go for an S8 run on the AAVs.
Copy, I'll fall behind.
Egress to the left.
Copy.
Yeah, I know, right? Breaking off. So the reason your S24s didn't kill those is because they're ED-S24s, they're not magnitude 3 ones. That's what I mean about the MiG-21's S24s being broken.
Shot. Huh. The blast radius still looks pretty big, though.
Yeah. Just the,
And you got good hits on the targets that you're going for.
Yeah, I see.
It looks like you killed both of them.
They're both burning. Alright, I'm gonna go for the distant group of units and we can start working over the airfield itself.
Copy. I think I've got 8 more, ATGMs.
Rocket strike breaking off. Ooh.
Copy.
Thank God for the armored windscreen. A few more hits taken. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Alright, I got the APC that was firing at you.
Nice.
That 30mm is beautiful.
Yeah, I was just struggling to get hits on the AAVs with it. I was hitting behind them, I think.
There's one truck left. I'm just going to turn around with the 30 and get it.
Yep. There's a couple of units out past the end of the runway behind that. I'll go for them.
Copy.
Looks like both AAVs. And there's something at the threshold, but it might be the default landing light. Good hits.
Alright, it's on fire. I'm getting RWR.
Yeah, it'll be friendly. It'll probably be a 21.
Copy. Am I taking tracer?
No. Oh, maybe. Hang on.
Huh. I heard a hit sound. Huh.
Okay, one AAV damage. Oh, that is an enemy unit at the end of the runway.
Ah.
Jink a little. Let's circle back down the length of the runway. It probably will once the damage model's complete, Saber. I'm flying solo at the moment. Yellow Fox is in the other hind flying with me, but we're both using Petrovich at the moment. You don't really need Petrovich unless you're using the ATGMs. Also, he dispenses the flares for you, but you do have a button for it. He just has to set them
I
up.
got a hit on the AB-50s on the runway.
Nice. Turning back in. Going for the other LAV, or not LAV, AAV. There should be some units on or around the runway too. Quick off. Oh yeah, I see infantry all over the runway. Man, that'd be a good one for the GUV pods if we were carrying them. I'm out of S8, so I just do a straight pass down there and get all of them. Target destroyed.
Good work. Watch out, there's a lot over the runway.
Yeah, I see it.
Break off, break off.
Tried a sneaky shot at him as I passed, but didn't connect. She's built tough, thankfully. I'm going to be coming in from the other side now. Yeah. For sure. I like the A10, but it's such a meme. It is such a meme. It's a great counterinsurgency aircraft, but it is terrible in actual peer-to-peer conflict. SPR is going ham. That's the precision approach radar down there. God, there are a lot of units here. Holy shit. I'll try for this guy, maybe. This is probably going to get me killed, but we'll try it. Nope.
Mi-24s, you got an S5 over Beslan.
Shit, okay. Thanks for the heads up. No. So the gunner is actually in front of me in the front cockpit.
21 over Beslan for cap.
But he operates the ATGMs. I don't need him to operate the guns or the rockets. He turns on the weapon systems and he aims the ATGMs. That's what he does. But for unguided weapons, the pilot controls a helicopter. Well, he controls the weapons as well, but... So you need somebody in the front seat to turn all the circuit breakers on and energize the weapon systems, but once you're actually in the air, he can just kind of have a snooze until you need to kill a tank. Fox, you still up? Fox? I think my radio has been shot out. Radio check? Yep, lost my radio. We'll make maybe one or two more passes and we'll RTB. Sabre, I think there are one or two exceptions to that rule. I think the Cheyenne was the other way around, but I could be wrong. Exterior view? There's no exterior views on this server, sorry. Only internals here. Eurocopter Tiger as well? Ah, I didn't know that. You know, I may as well actually use the ATGMs for this. Shit, that's the F5 shooting at me. Come here, shitbird.
Enemy IFF over baseline.
It's the F5. He's attacking one of the hinds. Me, specifically. He's right over the western side of the runway, climbing, heading south to the mountains. It's my burst switch. Burst, 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 burst. Lol. He's turning back in for another run. I'm flaring currently. He's off my nose. Oh yeah, radio shot. Fuck. How long are you flying for? Don't know, probably a couple hours yet. Oh! I think he ate shit. Thank fuck. Okay, we'll get some distance and we'll circle back around. We'll go back to the FARP after we've dealt with this. We'll have to do a repair, I think. Just in case. I think we're okay to keep flying, but I don't trust it. There's a chance that something important got broken. Yeah, they really do, don't they? I can't wait for this thing to get R60Ms, dude. Like, these guys fly in front of our noses so many times. If the Hind had the R60M on release, I would have about 5 or 10 F5 kills to my name, and 2 Vigans. Like, because they just fly across your nose after they take a guns run at you. Absolute 5 heads. Petrovich? Fuck. Okay. I need to go further out. Had the day off work randomly, so I might try and hop on Cold War. Hell yeah. Oh shit.
Lost the IFF over baseline. Was someone southeast of baseline, relatively low, and I assume it's a Tiger. We'll make sure to VID your targets. We have a B-24 down there. Trying to, I'm just running cap over. Let's say I'm there to die first.
Grocery shopping might hop on a bit too. Awesome. Well, I might see you then. That's the marker there. That's the inner, or is that the outer? That's the outer marker. That's the inner marker.
There's something heavily smoking over baseline.
Please fire, Petrovich. Oh god, what's going on here? Maybe the Raduga's damaged. Fuck it.
Must be advised you're venting white smoke.
What are those flares over Tesla?
Yeah, I need to go repair.
It's an MI-24 snaking quite bad.
No problem, it looks...
A little bit of stutter there.
Also, you're streaming smoke, by the way.
Now I gotta find the fucking FARP, which I think is more or less north of here. Is there a way to tell them to turn the weapon systems off? I guess not. Well, I don't think they were hitting anything important, because you got to remember, about 80-90% of this helicopter is just nothing. Like, most of this helicopter is just empty space, right? Same with the Mi-8, that's why they both seem so tough, is because most hits don't actually hit anything important. A bit more north. Assuming the DIS is still working. Oh hey, Enigma's on. Do I... oh god. Yeah, that's not promising. Looks like the right dust filter's been hit. Ah! Ah! That would explain a few things, guys. That would explain a few things. Our stub wings are gone. So that would be why Petrovich was not firing the ATGMs. There's the FARP. Oh, that was you, you shit. Zach, I don't have R60s, that's why you're fucking alive. You flew right across my nose. If I had R60s, you'd be dead, for sure. Tomcat in the server, not on this mission. Unless he's changed it, but I don't think he has. Days since, yeah, I know, right? Moments since. Okay, I'm gonna start dumping some speed now. Bring up the control overlay for landing, although this landing might be a bit atypical since I'm missing a number of pieces. What server is this? Cold War 1947 to 1991. Make sure you're on the open beta client, because that's where pretty much all of the multiplayer servers are, especially for PvP. Hopefully my wheels didn't get shot away. I mean, you can land on the belly and the hind, but it's not recommended.
124, keep the 1 wide radio check. Northwest 5. Thank you. Did Ross make it out of the airfield alive or no?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Huh. Because I think I got shot down by an F5.
Yeah, that was Zach.
Cheeky little fucker. Yeah, figures. He's not the only one who would have known we were there anyway. Logo, are you still alive for Basmon?
Don't forget, you can patch your main install. Just open the DCS updater, or open the command line and launch it, and tell it to update to open beta. And then you can switch back to stable if you want later. Unless you're on Steam, in which case the process is similar but done through Steam instead. Why does a car 50 try and kill me? Because Abris doesn't like you. Also, you're probably flying in the wrong mode. Remember, you're flying basically autopilot all the time in the car 50. To actually manually hand fly it, you have to switch to direct mode, which is one of the buttons on the autopilot control panel. Most people don't realize that. I didn't realize that until Seal told me about it. Okay, we're going to watch our descent rate. We want to stay no more than about 2 meters per second descent. Especially since we're missing pieces, although the helicopter should be a bit lighter now at least, so we'll get a bit better response to pitch changes. There we go.
Отказал генератор.
Oh, can't ground power.
Is there a frog over the airport with me? That would be me. Okay, good. Just making sure. I was very worried for a minute because I saw your shadow before I saw you. I'm like, oh god, I'm dead. Can you see that my KMGU have good effect on the infantry on the runway? I'll take care of them after I take care of the APCs.
Gotta wait for the actual rotor to spin down.
Save you the risk.
No, it's not weird, Saber. It's a completely different control scheme. Completely different skill set.
Incoming. Back. Northwest.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Don't have this in stock. What don't they have in stock?
I'll go active as Angel, so its RWR ray is less super preferred.
Oh, I don't think they'll refuel me here. Shit.
Give me 1 more minute.
That's probably what it is. They won't refuel me. That's annoying. Well, once we actually recapture Beslan, I should be able to refuel there.
Going active.
Yeah, likewise, Soupy. I'm very much a fixed wing guy. Helicopters are cool, but they scare the shit out of me. So, we're missing both stub wings. It's because it hasn't repaired me yet, but it's rearmed me already.
And I'm getting active on me.
Helicopters really are the work of the Antichrist, as we can see right here. By the way, you can actually see the blades move, even with the engine off, as I move the cyclic. I'm gonna run out of hydraulic pressure if I keep fucking with it though, so I'll leave it alone. Yeah, really.
Enemy IFF spotted, now directly west of Beslan, over the river. Enemy IFF. 3 enemy IFF.
Oh, I forgot to undo that before I seal the cockpit. Hopefully I'll have enough juice left in the battery to get it started again.
Well, Maryland is GCIing for them, so I wouldn't expect any less.
No. Don't hold it.
Oh wow, the server filled up quick. Holy shit.
They launched on me.
Watch the wing when it repairs. Okay.
Overshot, coming towards the airfield.
How's it looking down there, Kingsman? Still looking for new targets.
Lost one
Magic.
back again.
Magic.
Kingsman, I'll make a low pass directly along the runway, and if you see any tracers, you engage that. How does that sound? Well, I got shot the last time I was even near the runway, and I don't know where from.
I'm up and running again. I lost my radio, that's why I couldn't talk to you guys. The F5 went into the ground somehow.
Oh, well, that's good.
There should be some blue units up. They'll all be on the south side of the airfield within the perimeter fence itself.
Yeah, we see that.
I think they were Army Aviation. I think. SEAL would probably know.
Oh yeah, taking small arms fire. It's infantry on the runway. Don't worry, it's only 556. Well, infantry should be dead now.
Careful, just staying active so there are WR players instead of, you know.
Oh, shit. I got my engines backwards. We're starting right first this time.
There's a truck at the end of the runway. It looks like it has a gun on it. Just be advised. Which end? East or west? Near the burning APC at the end of the runway. Combo.
What the fuck is going on here?
I'm gonna KMG you the runway again. Get rid of that infantry.
Where is our car? Doesn't actually say. I think it should be there. That should be the FARP there, which means my position's drifted, which means we need to reset it.
Enemy IFF high. Enemy IFF high.
I just got splashed over Beslan.
I'm on that IFF with lost scope. How the fuck does that even work? He's still high, trailing.
No eyes, I'm gonna shut you down.
I wish there was a fast zero button for this, rather than having to wind it fully one way or the other. I know you can hide the controls to get it out of the way, my immersions, I lean around it. Okay. Should be okay. Now, Petrovich, we'll get you to start up the weapons systems. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Okay, he never shut the weapon systems off, which is actually a good thing. It means I know he's already good to go. What we're going to do is do a trim reset. We're going to hold the brakes. Stick back slightly to the right. Do that. And then we'll start putting some pitch on the blades. Back a little on the stick. Or on the cyclic, rather. Wheels in. Something over our fob.
I got another ABC that was on the runway.
Is there a reset for this?
Looks like all that's left is tree.
F5 high is diving towards Tesla. I made him dive, but I never had scope on him.
Oh, you're right, it's
directly on my nose.
completely off. Whatever.
Bravo, you have two F5s behind you.
It's the blade pitch. And that's what this gauge here is. This is the angle of attack on the blades. It's a different way of noting the amount of lift the helicopter's producing compared to Western helicopters. Western helicopters usually use rotor RPM, which this does too. Was it rotor RPM and then gas generator pressure and then something else for Western helicopters, I think. But on this, it's blade pitch, which I actually like because it gives you a very real sense of where the helicopter's going to stall its blades.
We have 3 flights of F5 inbound.
Make sure the flares are armed. They are. Good, good. I'm not sure what's going on with the DIS.
Some very angry infantry on the runway.
I'm running out of fuel. Can't get a thermal lock or a radar lock on that fucking F5 that is point blank on my nose. Bugging out, I don't have fuel. Interesting.
One day, 1-1, you have 3 flights of F5 on your 11 o'clock. I suggest you back them north, so come.
Oh shit. Is that a friendly jet over Aslan at the moment?
We have MiG-21 over that one.
Okay, good. Is that a Huey? It looked like a... I know there's another Hind operating here. I think it's the other Hind. I didn't get a good enough look. Yeah, no, that's Yellow Fox. Good hits, Fox. No, I don't want you to attack him, I want you to attack him.
Tell me when the best one is clear from enemy force. We have inbound, we have nearby units that we can use. Yeah.
If that was for me, magic, I'm finger fuel, I can't do anything. I'm
Bravo, turn 172 for Moscow. It's 30 kilometers south.
Oh shit, Yellow Fox got it right as I was about to.
Don't worry, I had it on, I had it on RSDN, it was just, I'm having also an F5 on my 6.
No, it seems the picture is clear around Moscow. There are 3 F5s flying west from Moscow, around the edge of the engagement zone of Kap.
Thank you.
rip. Those infantrymen on the runway should be red paste now.
Hopefully. I got some pretty good passes on them.
It's not war crimes.
Check map, F10 map, I just marked some assorted vehicles in the parking lot behind the...
Gotcha. I'll come around for it.
Alright. Oh, I see him, yeah. The rolls of a 50 cal hold.
Nope, 30mm. It's a Gesha 32K, so it's the same gun the Su-25 has, but with variable rate of fire and a different barrel length. Hey, Nonny! You've arrived just in time for some hind action.
Domestos, what do you want to call? Domestos compounds. What are you carrying? Big lap. Big lap.
Still a guy down by the runway, it looks like. I think someone's still on the runway or near it. Oh, good hits.
Yeah. I saw some red trailers on that pass, though.
Some of these are the baked-in vehicles that spawn at the airfield. I'm not sure which ones though.
To the south of Mostock, what's here with me? Yeah, it's
that was one.
running away from Cup. Off my 12 now? On your 3 o'clock now. There's something smoking on my nose, what is it? I don't see it. It's fair game then. Maybe it's friendly that it's damaged. It's a friendly froggy.
I'm inbound Modstock, dead east.
Robo, you're off course. I'm gonna give you directions in hours. Turn to 8 o'clock.
Murder might not have aligned his compass properly. I know he has a lot of issue with his nav instruments, I'm not sure why.
Why the hell is my ISBN again telling me otherwise? That's weird.
He might be I almost wonder if he's reading the wrong end of the needle, to be honest.
Turn to your 10 o'clock now.
Just give me
I'm pretty
a
sure that wasn't a
bearing.
target, but oh well. It's fun to shoot things with this gun, so...
110.
110. Oh great, my eyes.
We won't shoot that, because that's our fuel depot.
I don't know why.
Turn to your 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Where are you looking up your channels? Is it in your keyboard?
He shouldn't...
No, it only has channels.
He shouldn't need to look at the kneeboard. It has it on the MiG-21's cockpit on a reference card. The only things I can think of, Rogo, are if you're...
Reference cards?
Yeah, well, one's for the radio.
10 o'clock.
The only thing I can think of, Rogo, is either you're looking at the wrong needle or the wrong end of the needle, or you've got the arc selected instead, with the switch on the left side near the engine starter.
Grossman, we've been over this. You know when I bug reported it, you yourself looked at the track. Some trust us.
Oh no, that's right, yeah.
Robo, 11 o'clock.
I don't know why it's bugged then.
You're gonna be lined up for landing. 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
I almost wonder if he's running like some sort of mod or something that does it, because it has always worked for me. I've never had issues with the MiG-21's RSBN. Him and like one other person have reported it. And he's right, I remember now, I did actually watch a replay, like a track file he made, and it was wrong, but then when I tried to reproduce it, I had no issues, so...
Client wanted to send me 270 for 125 clicks. Send me up, yo.
Where is that guy? That's him.
Did you press the KSI button to reset the navigation?
How did he survive that? Okay, well... There's still infantry alive on the runway, apparently. I don't know how. That's only 5.56. Oh, shit. That's 20 mil. F5. Wait, what? Yeah, F5 at Pessalon.
Yeah, we hear people on the west side of the runway firing.
I'm dead. Yeah, my pilot's dead. But it doesn't despawn you when your pilot dies, so I'm stuck.
Can you confirm the F5 is
I can't... No, he looks okay. Also, my pilot's dead, so I'm gonna crash in about 5 seconds. He's coming in to gun me again.
Ross, I might drop an igloo on the west side of the runway.
Smack. No, we'll leave it at 75.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Can't load troops into this, unfortunately, not in this mission anyway.
Отказала основная гидросистема. Лук Рим 65 исправен. Отказал насос расходного бака.
Hey, Captain Anoni, cheers for the sub, man. Appreciate it.
Генератор.
Alright, let's get this thing up and running. We'll go back, we'll do a quick pass at the airfield, and then we might head for Nulchik and hopefully get away from some of these fighters. Rotor break off. Had a false start on the APU, probably because I wasn't quick enough with the fuel pumps. Yeah, front seat can fly the helicopter, but Petrovich wouldn't take over from it. Petrovich may have been shot too, I don't know. And you can't swap seats in multiplayer. I don't know why my game's so stuttering. I'm dropping so many frames today. It's weird. Might be because there's so much smoke, but usually I don't have issues with it. I could certainly use a front seat guy. Although, do I have the intercom set for this? I think so. But I don't think it's working as push-to-talk for SRS, so I've got to figure out how to get that to work. Probably just a setting somewhere. Yeah, I could do. That's what I've done previously with the Hind when I've had a front seater.
111 on your 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock. About
Actually, no. We'll leave that off.
Domestos Woody, if you can drop 2 BMPs over the river to the west from the park. Don't you just love it when your game freezes when you're in a dive looking for targets? So the plan is... Wait, you went into your ground? Pretty much always behind then. Jam, I saw that. I was wondering. Yeah, the game just locked up. Wouldn't respond.
Yes, make a decoy. Okay, I think everything's running. We'll get rid of the APU. APU's off. Should be ready. Right engine. I thought I started the right engine. You're
Not
right.
too happy about that one, is he? No.
Big brain hours.
Boy.
I thought it was a bit quiet in here. And I guess the right engine won't start without the APU, so we'll restart that. Good thing one of us is paying attention, isn't it? There we go. We'll go ahead and get ourselves ready there with the cyclic. Can you fly with one engine? Not very well, and I'm very overloaded, so I'm going to need both engines. If I wasn't overloaded, I would probably be able to, yes. We'll wait for it to spool up and then we'll shut the APU back off. I have had to fly on one engine before, and it has generally been a very short flight to land somewhere. Because when you lose an engine, you don't want to stay in combat in this thing. So, Nalchik from Beslan is 285 for 86. We'll go back, it'll be faster. We'll actually turn this off for now. I think I can still adjust it. Just setting up my nav instruments.
Is that friendly air west of the farm? Yep. Hey, is the helmet on the farm, on this channel? Yes. Can you load up some troops? We have an airfield pretty much ready to be taken over. Yeah. Which airfield? Oh god, wrong.
Islam.
Thanks. We have 2 Eagles near that one. The Eagles gonna get. MIA should pick up either air defenses or VFPs and drop them over the river.
That's the wrong end of the dial.
I think they won't take. Yeah. It's best on neutral. Having bound with a BMP. What is the neutral we're gonna get? Shot where I got vertical.
Alright, Fox, let's go. I'll get my controls up for the takeoff. Bit more right pedal, and up we go. Sometimes if you're high up or it's hot, or if you're really heavily overloaded, you may need to drift a little and build some speed before you can lift high above the ground. So if you're in a tight space, that's important to remember. You may need a bit of a run up before you can get the lift to climb out. We'll go ahead and activate the trimmer so we can get it pointed in the right general direction. Release it and then just use the trim hat from there. Also get this going. There we go. Anyone else getting frame stutters or just me? Disregard.
Damasco, so are you the one that's just taken on? Yeah. Alright, copy. I'm making the right mess of it. It's all good. MIA, can you try and deploy your
Even rocket runs will do it, to be honest.
Not really. Oh, now I'm getting stutters.
Do we know items that remember mission start?
No. We have our unit. We need to get it, but we need to get that one.
I'll coach it.
Chocolate, Tally bandit on scope off my nose.
Just as a heads up to our MiG pilots, by the way, if they capture Nalchik and we're unable to recapture it, just stay in the valley that Besnan's in. Don't extend out to Nalchik. We need to preserve aircraft in this mission.
It's a shame that F5 is raping us every time we come to this airfield. It's done it twice to me.
It's Zach.
There are shiny in front of you on your 2 o'clock.
Oh, Zach did disconnect. F. Zach, are you in chat at the moment?
F5 is circling around you, whatever you get dropped. Kingsman and Rothman get behind you, Eagle and F5, but they are not taking you.
If someone would like to tell Zach that was me in the hind, and I first didn't see him, and then once I did see him, I was dead. So I couldn't really evade on account of having no head left. I can't wait until we get the crew chief in the back with the machine gun as well. That and the R60s, this thing's gonna have so much firepower. It'd be awesome. Fox, are you flying trail behind me? Yeah, I'm looking for them. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yep. There were enemy infantry up near the taxiway onto the parking area, so I'm gonna have a look and see if they're still there. If they are, I'll do a rocket pass. Yep, I see it. He's going to get a cord. He's going to get a cord, which I think is a little bit much maybe, but it should be fun. Typically it would be a PKM, but you can also, like if you had a squad of infantry in the back, they can fire their AKs from the back. Get fucked. There's one guy. MP41. Okay, never mind. He's changed this mission then, I think. So we won't go for that, we'll go for MP41. Which is from here. Mike Papa 41314. I'm going for them. I just had a IR-SAM shot past me.
Yeah, fire.
Oh, I see him, yeah.
Radar target is
It's a bit scary. I thought that was for me. It nearly was for me.
По ступеням обугленным на землю сходим под прицельные залпы.
So the area I need to go is up around that. It's east of Tedek. So it should be around here. Just on the other side of the FARP.
До свидания, Афган. Этот призрачный мир не пристало добром поминать тебя, Родина. Но о чем так грустит боевой войне? Мы уходим, 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 уходим.
I know, right, Steve? Or the fact that the hit effects for infantry small arms are the same as the hit effects for fucking autocannons. So you can't tell if you're being shot with 30mm or a fucking 5.56. Sorry, I gotta fidget around here. There we go.
Two helicopters around Bedford. Do not attack the two that are taxiing 21.
Beslan is friendly, we own it.
I'm aware. I'm saying don't attack the two planes that are taxiing now.
We've lost Nulchik, so either we'll need people to go attack their units to retake it, or we just say fuck Nulchik and we stay in Beslan Valley. I would recommend the latter. Yeah, I'm going for the enemy camp.
Okay, so man, if you're on course, you're shooting by BMP.
Yeah, a little BMP. Vroom vroom. So there will actually be air defense around this camp. Vulcans, chiefly. So we'll try and thin out the Vulcans, and then we'll come back around and gun strafe and rocket whatever's left.
Yeah, don't forget that convoy is coming.
Sticks
and
messed up? What are you flying? Are you in the Hind? Because they redid the binds for the Hind, you'll have to rebind the controls. When they separated out the pilot and the gunner binds, it means that they had to rewrite the file that input delay on the trigger and buttons missed like 5 snap opportunities. Oh god damn, okay. Yeah, that's odd.
That guy is not too far.
Good one went up from this.
You may be required to commissar somebody. I'd do it myself if I was still closer to the airfield.
Alright, yeah.
Said it was a Mi-8.
He's passing over the runway now. I think he's going for the apron.
Woody's on comms. Oh, Domestus? Domestus was on comms as well. Dunno.
Yeah. I think he's got a message.
targets are
Probably a Black Hawk.
sound from I see him. Northern, there are two ground units on the right edge of the town from you.
Hang on, I'm having technical issues here. Opening chat fucked up my control blinds. I gotta try and get Petrovich to wake up. This is a bug I've had with chat a couple times now, where pressing control or shift while chat's open will fuck the... There we go. Will fuck the modifier keys up. That's a Vulcan. Alright, I see a Vulcan on the edge of the tree line. I'm rolling in on it. Oh, M113 then, whatever.
Yeah, something about there is a friendly protein working there.
There's one off to the left, so I'll circle right and I'll come back in for the second one. Oh shit, was I out of range for that? No, I got it. One M113 destroyed, coming back around for the second. Yeah, me too, Saber. They look so cool. Fun fact, actually, the MiG-25's main air-to-air missile, the R-40, has twin trails like that. It shares a similar chassis with things like the R-25, the Grom, the RS-2US. They're not the same, but they're all very closely related. And they all have split exhaust trails like that. Why do they do that? In the case of the RS-2US, it was because it had the beam riding antenna receiver on the back. For the R-25, some variants also had one, or a tracer. The R-23 was a tracer because it was manual command to line of sight. So most of that family of missiles had something on the back that you couldn't put a rocket motor there. What's the aircraft I just saw flying in front of me? Friendly?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Should be in range. And that's a hit. I think. Wait, was that not a kill?
There is a silver and F5 over launching. Also, I see Vulcan on the ground.
Copy, I'm coming in super.
That was a hit.
Treetop level, so they shouldn't be able to get me.
There is a robo flying in the direction of AUG. You might as well fly high and direct to them.
Oh, no, we'll break off. I got way too close. Pushed my luck there. It's a 21.
We think there's no point. We're gonna give one pass and then.
CCRP, I have the retarded backups, rocket assisted.
Okay.
Okay, wings are still attached after that little spray. No, these are radio guided. So the little bulb under the left side of the chin with the black window, like the black radio transparent window on the front, that's the transmitter antenna for the command guidance.
You need to fly really fast. And really low.
I will be.
Be careful how much left pedal you put into the hind, because it rolls really fiercely to the left if you boot the rudder over. It has much more pedal authority to the left side than the right side.
I'm getting close to Magic. Magic, if it says nothing of the sort, I'm breaking off going back to
There is traffic on your 11 o'clock spot. 20 kilometers F5. On the deck. Robo on your teleport. That's okay. If you roll course on your 11 o'clock F5 or 10. Robo, I suggest you keep turning the left. Get this F5. It's on your 9 o'clock now. Oh.
Oh shit.
Robo and Vito, I want that F5.
I have him.
Robo, there is a friendly firing on F5.
I have him too. Crossing in behind everyone.
Fighter 1-1, I suggest you go straight for now. You can move them on to
Be more careful. It's only 50 cal. I mean, it's only 50 cal. 50 cal is pretty powerful, but
just fly high if somebody tries
I gotta be careful with this stuff.
to pick them up.
It's also a bad habit to get into, letting myself get shot like that. I'm not that accurate with the 30mm, to be honest. It's something I need to practice more.
Nothing should see me if I stay low. I'm in gas right here the whole way, so I'll check if it's this big wide open fouling.
Razor and down page 1-1, you are merging in F5.
F5 is splashed.
Robo and Vito is suggesting you circle this area and provide gas. We can inbound like this on launch. They need cover.
I'm covering the friendly. It's number 1. I'm just trying to keep it 16.
I think I either missed or failed to kill that first one.
We won't be getting DVR.
Oh, game froze for a second there. That was a bit scary.
Victor, Robo, and Q2
we go.
Do not approach now, keep the DCS and
Ah, okay.
Fucking legs are getting sore from this.
On your 10 o'clock Fury low.
Do we have anything going to Belgium to wrap up the SAM threat?
It's very dangerous. Their fighters have a quick and easy route to get there, and their FARP's right by it. We'd probably be better off dropping ground units nearby Nalchik behind the cover of a hill or something, and then making a ground attack, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we don't have MIA.
I might switch after I fly this mission.
Problem is it's a long flight for MIA.
I know.
Then you get shot out.
So I was talking about with that height difference for the ranging, like it's not quite on.
Don't worry. There are 3 meets over
That's
now,
still up.
and there is a meet in front of you.
Perfect.
Just get there quick.
Making best speed.
Meantime, Rob, I suggest you fly at 5,000 meters. On your left, there is enemy part and bunch of death. F5 to focus from now. Rob will turn to your 8 o'clock. Just F5. Rob on your 10 o'clock. Going for you. What? Dorshi on your 2 o'clock.
He's firing 40mm grenades at me. I can see them flying past the fucking canopy.
Rob on your 1 o'clock.
That got him. These are all dead, I think. Oh, he's not.
Robo, you remember, is behind them. There are friendlies nearby, but they are flying. Zolan, keep running. There is F5 and monsters behind you. If you want, I can direct you to a bunker near Nautic.
I feel like Alpin should probably add some light air defense to this, like maybe 1 or 2 Vulcans, or a fucking Stinger or something, or a Chaparral. Chaparral, probably. This is a bit too easy to clear out with the Hind now. I feel like you should add something. Having said that, it would need to be symmetrical, so Blue would need to have some sort of air defense they have to deal with as well when they attack our camp.
Or keep flying in that direction and look to your right, and you'll see him firing. Probably. Vehicle behind you.
Oh, she wants to roll over on me there. Too much pedal.
Kingsman, there is a F5 on your 2 o'clock and a Fury. Also, there should be enemy path on the ground. Someone saber in front of you. Also, Vulcan in your direction with him. Enemy, 10 o'clock. In front of you. With him.
I think they only loaded 1 rocket pod on me, instead of 1 on each wing. I think they only loaded on 1 wing. I think I've had that issue at the FARP before. Still firing 40mm grenades at me.
Kingsman, in front of you, you have a beacon, F5 and a saber. Have fun. Just keep on doing the Striker is nearby, it's gonna bomb the runway. Striker 1-1, there is a Vulcan on the other side of the runway. You'll probably have time to drop off.
I need to get some wheel chocks for my chair so I stop rolling away every time I use the pedals.
On your left, 10 o'clock. Oh,
emerge.
Kingsman on your 10 o'clock, it's target much closer.
I know in DCS they don't do a whole lot to aircraft. They really probably should. Quite a bit.
Going down, they were hit by Sam.
I'd recommend just staying away from Nalchik, guys.
Yeah.
Stay over Bezdan, defend that.
Pressure splash and fighter. Thank you for that one. Good kill.
Rosman, how is it going?
Pretty good, just a couple targets left.
Chuck will tell you bandit to the right off my nose.
Normally you would try not to bleed speed in a turn, but in this case I actually want to. So normally you'd only really be using the pedal to turn and you'd be holding the cyclic to maintain speed. So you may need to actually hold it nose down during a turn, but because I want that speed to wash off, I am pulling the stick. Wow, the render distance on those, what the fuck? Oh, they're already dead. Never mind. I think we've only got those guys left. Oh, and that one, maybe. He's dead. Jeez, they're insistent, aren't they?
In front of you, on your 1 o'clock, you get F5, hot on you.
Yep.
On the deck. On the deck. 2 o'clock.
The range?
3 o'clock. 2 kilometers. Lost him on radar. Now he's still on your 3 o'clock forward. Rosman, there is saber coming your AO.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give me a phone. New target.
Oh, my fucking computer's fucked.
On your 11 o'clock, big and hot.
I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Doggy in your...
Slant range unit's broken, I think. Oh, or it's fixed itself, question mark? I don't know, I don't trust it at this point.
And Optimistos request a vector to target.
Brian, give me a vector, please. Big up.
Doggy on your 8 o'clock beacon. It doesn't seem. Keep turning left, Doggy. DS con. Turn 215 or 16.
Helicopter's not real happy with me at the moment.
He's full. Doggy on your 4 o'clock beacon.
Bogey dope for Doogie.
Domestos 34A for 15. Target area.
So that one
Thank you.
is still... Is that still up? Yeah, that's still up.
Paper somewhere on your 1 o'clock. I lost my
And then 113.
Say that again.
But we do have some damage.
Break, break, break. Yeah, some guys don't see that they're fine anymore.
No joy.
11 o'clock now. It means we want you just passed. Apple 30, you want to be MP2?
Shit, my gun's out.
We need DVR. Say again? We need DVR. I'm blind. Gotcha. Rosman, you're safe. Safer is no loss. But there is F5 nearby. F5 just
Yeah, he just flew over me.
We need that DVR.
I'm...
The coverage is great that people are popping up and up.
APOC, I'm completely out of ammunition. I'm gonna have to try and run away from this guy.
Yeah, can't put the fuck. Market area is on your 11 o'clock for 10. Also at 5 minutes station there.
Oh, this is bad.
Magic, Big Kong, Bogey Dome.
Can't help you there, please flying. I suggest you get 180 for 30. Last coming saber and I have 5.
Copy, 180 for 30, yeah?
Yeah.
APOC, send him to me. The F5's circling me. I'll try and draw him back towards the farm.
Yeah, they are pretty far away. Rosman, he is behind you now, making the 10 run break. Oh, you have saber and I have 5 on it. Breaking plan.
Magic,
I got
Big
him.
Kong, declared contact at
F.
12 o'clock.
I'm gonna switch to a MiG, I think. Actually, no, I'll switch to a Mi-8 because we do need radars and we need ground units. And I can always clean up those last couple units with a Mi-8 with gun pods or rockets. Can't spawn in. There we go. Take 75% fuel. We'll take the GUV pods because they should be. Oops, wrong one. They should be enough to kill those ground units anyway. Plus, if I come across a Huey, they'll fucking ruin it. Rockets. We'll load the HE frags because we're attacking pretty much unarmored units. Okay. Now I gotta remember how to start this thing. Oh, what? What are they not gonna rearm me with? I guess the rocket pods. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Okay. Where to break?
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Flying over. No, you're right. Ah, okay. Let's go. Okay, in your direction there is Vulcan on that edge of the runway. That is not. Okay, here comes.
Can we spawn the Asa? Not on this mission,
Yeah.
only on some of them.
Okay, this is a good spot.
No, we don't need the dust
Unless they
filters.
This is ED we're talking about. Yeah. Someone F5 taking off from AUG and F5 behind whatever you're gonna do with the
Valley.
What?
Can I not load infantry? Lame.
Magic Big Kong, plug it up.
Get 190 for 30.
For 30, yeah?
Yeah, paper a lot.
Copy it. Copy, we're egressing here. Yeah, I'm bingo as well.
Oops.
It seems the boiler crashed while trying to drop area.
I accidentally punched out a flare, yeah I did. I'm just about to pick one up.
Did you crash?
Yeah, set that to auto, set that to auto. Turn that on. I think that's everything. Those are armed and set.
Sorry about that, I'll book VRS. Today is not my day. Hey, it's not a problem for me, it's what the fight.
Let's recenter my track higher. There we go. I'm a little wobbly today myself.
242 for 40. Huey. Low.
I can't see where my crate is. Ugh. God damn it.
Big Kong's SCP.
The Heinz kind of spoiled me. Now I wish this thing had a trim hat as well. Just for making tiny little adjustments while I'm trying to hover.
Right, Ross? Transfer right. You've overshot.
Yeah, I know. That's too high.
Shrimpy, welcome.
Got it.
27.
Boiler, are you spawning one in as well?
I can if it's needed. This crate was here before I spawned in.
I was just thinking if I drop one like to the northwest and you drop one to the south in the foothills, we should have pretty good coverage.
Sounds good.
I gotta switch my countermeasures on, I forgot to. I forgot to switch a dis on as well, but we don't need the dis. I know where I am.
Considering there's 3 Kiwis up, I'd say the other 2 aren't far away.
Yeah.
Or it takes 4 crates to set up a hawk.
By the way, APOC, there's still one AAV7 and one M113 at the camp. So we'll need somebody to finish those 2 units off.
Shiny 1-1 is flying from the Eagle.
What are the ground forces of Vostok like?
I don't know. Probably cool. Maybe shield, but that's it. If they drop value, they're gonna wipe them out.
Yeah, I'll sling some BMPs up there real fast then.
Yeah, thing is, we can probably grab the bottom, and they are on the best side of the runway. They can be wiped out easy.
Jesus.
Doggy, of course.
Say again?
Doggy, of course.
I'm on the runway.
Yeah, when you take off, get west, 25 kilometers from Moscow, there should be a bunch of fuel dropping somewhere, something there.
We're respawning.
Good, somebody's dealing with those targets. That hilltop there looks good.
Apple, can you mark our fart on the map?
Yeah, just a second.
Thanks.
Enemy IFF back at the river, west of that. So, big.
Bravo on your 4 o'clock saber. 2 kilometers.
Actually, I should also check. Whoop. No, I got rocket pods on both wings. Don't know what they were saying they couldn't rearm me with. Oh, fuel probably.
On your 11, low.
Yeah, it was probably
5
fuel.
kilometers. Bravo on your 3 o'clock saber.
Excellent. Watching my descent rate.
LBH 1-1 in your course.
Back up.
Okay, continue in your direction. The queue is 28 kilometers in your
Should have
direction.
slowed down a bit earlier.
It's gonna drop something probably deadly near our motor.
As the speed goes away, I need to start putting in right pedal, and I need to start adding collective, so I don't VRS. And you've got to stay ahead of it, because the helicopter will suddenly drop out from under you very, very abruptly if you don't add collective quickly
My
enough.
shit's fucked up. With a save on my location. As you guys are running.
It's a very good Warren Zevon song called My Shit's Fucked Up. Anyway, I'm pretty much in a hover at the moment, so we're gonna gently pull off the pitch.
No tally.
I'm looking.
We're gonna retrim. Below pipeline.
Okay.
God, could you imagine that thing in DCS? Incidentally, I was hoping I'd be able to stream some more Anti-Stasi, but apparently I missed yesterday's session, sadly. I don't know if they finished that campaign yet or not.
On your right.
On my right, I'm not seeing any.
I need to figure out where the actual crest of this hill is,
Tally.
so I can put the radar on the highest point of it.
He's firing on him, but I'm not sure. He died.
He's still up, I'm gonna go from.
Just watching that descent rate.
Box 2. Splash Huey.
Right. Circle around there and check if maybe there
I
are
think I'm actually over the highest part of the hill.
Copy it.
Right around here.
We got hit again by something.
Yeah, Kofi's firing well. Just make sure he's on.
Yeah, he's dead.
Just gotta be careful, I don't want to VRS myself.
Around is more curious around there.
Really gotta watch that rate of descent in the helicopter.
Roll on your 11 clock paper about first. Tim, get off.
Say again?
This is the apex of the hill right here.
F3, enemy IFS, we have next to someone in metric.
Please don't freeze now, DCS. Please don't freeze now, DCS. Oh my god. What is wrong with this game? Please stop. I don't know where this stuttering is coming from all of a sudden. I'm working on it, my game keeps freezing.
Okay, down this one, proceed south and follow the river.
EWR's
South
up.
on the river.
You'll need to activate it. It's spinning.
Sunny, 189.
I'd love a Me 1. Or a 2. I've been saying for a while, I think DCS needs a free helicopter, kind of like it has a free full fidelity and a free FC3 plane to get people into it. And the free full fidelity helicopter should be a Me 1 or a Me 2. Or maybe a comedy option, a Car 26, but it should be a simple, small helicopter that's able to do a bit of everything, but just like a sampler of everything. It'd be quick and easy to program, there's not a lot of complexity to it. It'd be perfect. And it would help get people like me, who are a bit on the fence about playing helicopters, it would help get them into a helicopter. Because they wouldn't have to commit to spend on like the Me 8 or the Hind or whatever. They could try the little free helicopter and decide whether it's for them or not. We have a gateway drug to Warbirds and Full Fidelity, we have a gateway drug to FC3 stuff and ground attack, but we need one for helicopters.
Dragging through to Bedlam at the moment.
You're not going to that one. Turn to your 10 o'clock. We'll get it.
Box 2.
Yeah, I mean, the trainers are quite good. And particularly, I don't know about the C101, but the L39 comes with a... I don't know if it comes with a campaign, if it's a separate campaign, but it has a campaign which is basically like VVS pilot training in a campaign, which is amazing. I need to try it sometime. Once my brain is a bit less smooth, I guess. So, like, the trainers have some really good stuff for them, but yeah, everyone gets DCS to get into the high-speed, low-drag fighter stuff, I know.
115?
Yeah.
That would actually be fun. And it would also tie in with DCS expanding more towards things like search and rescue or firefighting. Which reminds me, I do need to play on the search and rescue server again sometime soon. Not today, because my legs are getting sore, so I probably won't fly helicopters too much longer after this. But I do need to do it.
Just keep following the river.
Copy. Oh, I tally. Nose on now, right?
Rogo, get behind. Oops, cannot engage. You're all close. Get behind.
You know what I forgot? Have my APU running this whole time. Doesn't actually hurt anything, it just consumes a little bit more fuel.
Okay, that was Rogo, 2 scouts are outland. Now, one is firing.
Sport Black Shark right now. I like the Car 50, but it's a bit intimidating for me. It's quite complex compared to these. Like the Mi 8 and the Mi 24 look intimidating with all the gauges and dials and switches and things, but to me that's intuitive. What isn't intuitive to me is more advanced things like the Car 50. Most people look at a cockpit full of switches and get scared. I look at a cockpit full of screens and I get scared. The old Black Shark version long ago. Yeah, I still have the original Black Shark because one of my friends bought me that years and years ago, but I didn't have a working HOTAS at the time, so I couldn't play it. And I never actually did play it. By the time I got a working HOTAS, DCS was out, so I just played DCS instead.
Other direction? I only have Fox 1 for now. I can go with that. Fuck it, why not?
Or you can land your near motor.
Okay, and can I get bearing to complete?
On your 2 o'clock. You should see it. It's 10 kilometers.
Clock should be somewhere around here.
Over the town.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yep, I'm right there. Okay, thank you.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Big Chris, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
32 in your direction, F5. Times 2.
Should be here somewhere. There was a narrow tree, like a narrow alley, narrow alley of trees that led to the farm, so it should be around here. Oh, that might be it there. It's slightly concerning. So I'll probably grab some ground units, shuttle them down to Beslan, and then we'll land. Maybe jump in a fixed wing or something. We'll do some combined arms, because my legs are killing me. I can look now. Beautiful. Also, how did you get the front road wheels spaced apart like that, Gilson? I couldn't get that to work. Set route number on the road wheels? Ah, okay. I'll have to try that later then. Counts back front.
Chocolate inbound, Mosduck.
Yeah, because I was going to make mine have small road wheels like the T64. I was going to give it 6 small ones, but as soon as I shrunk the diameter, it started adding more wheels. I gave it like 10 of them.
Отказ систем. Смотри
Hey,
экран.
Pop Rossman. Where's the fart from me?
Principal
Yeah.
is on your 4 o'clock.
Okay. I've gone past it.
On your 3 now. 5 minutes.
Alright, I should be able to see it from here then. Thanks. Yeah, I know, right? Fop inside. Exactly, and Dr. Grips, cheers for follows, guys.
They are on my left.
Yeah, it needs a suspension set to fairly thick torsion bars, short torsion bars, and a fairly steep resting angle. Once I set mine to like 40-something degrees resting angle, it was fine. Although it still digs in a bit on hillsides.
We departed, we're a couple of kilometers east of Mazda.
Get west. Get the...
Head west?
Yeah.
Like the poster child for not decelerating early enough. So we're going to dump all our speed here, but as soon as we drop down to about 100 kilometers an hour, in fact even now, we're going to start gently adding pitch. Gently adding some more pitch. You can see the leftmost gauge, the bottom left one, the little one, the needle's slowly climbing, that's the blade pitch.
Kick up to Mazda.
A little more pitch. And we're good. Yeah, it is chocolate. I think something's misfiring with the mission scripts, or somebody's using cluster bombs. Maybe. Although, I don't even think cluster bombs should affect this PC, to be honest. It's just weird. I did notice one of the scripts misfired, like it did the script that's supposed to fire at the start of the mission. It did that, like, when we destroyed the last units at the fucking thing. At the camp.
Yeah. Just keep going back.
System Estos requesting bogey test.
Just thanks for the... I just can't do it. No.
Yeah, I can't take any airborne troops, unfortunately. I'm gonna run a BMP2 down to Beslan and just shuttle them back and forth. Neck hurts from face break. You really need a counterweight? Yeah. Yeah, really. What helicopter? A Mi-8. How to take a look at chat rules again? I think if you go to options, like the little chat option symbol, you can go show rules. But the rules in chat are the same as the ones, basically the same as the ones in the channel description anyway. Yeah, pretty much, just common sense. I might get the rockets ready just in case. Just in case. We'll set it to 20. Should be good enough. See airfield there. Do we actually have anybody in Hines at the moment? Does not look like it. Now is the time we need them though. How are we going for BMPs at the airfield? Do we need more still?
I dropped one on Mostock because we reckon there's going to be Bradleys incoming there soon.
They shouldn't be pushing Mozdok, they should only be pushing Beslan. Mozdok's our main airbase, they shouldn't be anywhere near it.
I think Huey's
Oh.
dropped off.
Cheeky. I mean, they can't capture it though. They can just harass our spawn, which is, you know...
We got both convoys, so the server should rotate any minute.
Wait, did we actually destroy that convoy already?
Yes.
Holy shit. Yeah, the script's misfiring, I think. Be careful I don't clip the airfield lighting. trying to drop off some units here at Beslan to stop the enemy from capturing it. So this mission's based on 2 airfields, Beslan and Nalchik. One team holds one, the other team holds the other one, and you've got to try and capture both. We've defended our airfield, but we haven't been able to successfully attack theirs yet.
It's like the mission is broken again.
I might try and sling a unit out to Nalchik, maybe. I'll have to try and sneak around.
Ah, shit. Yep. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
One more. He's firing. Flare.
I need to see if there's a way to filter out chat so it only shows actual chat messages, not connect and disconnect messages. Because I like having chat there so I can see if somebody's trying to say something, but I don't really care if people are connecting or disconnecting. And having the actual little ping icon there is fucking distracting, like that. Try and spot the FARP again. It should be off my nose somewhere. I think it's actually right about there. So that's our FARP, I guess. And then to the back side of Nalchik, 268 for 60 something.
Help!
Boiler, are you still in a Mi-8?
Yep.
Are you slinging something at the moment?
I'm on the way back to the farm.
Okay, once you load back up, grab a BMP-2 and head to reference the ridgeline southeast of Nalchik. I'm going to try and drop a BMP on the on the near side to us of that, so we got it screened from the airfield, and we'll see if we can sneak them around, cause some havoc.
Check map mark. Is that where you're on about?
Wait one, just let me land.
No worries.
I got enough fuel? Yeah, I should have enough fuel. Okay, as we slow down, we start adding pitch. More pitch, more pitch. We're climbing slightly, so not quite that much. Now we just maintain it.
Ross, if you want to wait 4 or 5 minutes, I can be down at the farm and we can follow together.
Yep, okay. I don't think I can refuel here. We may need to do a fuel stop at Beslan because I'm not sure the FARP's actually refueling me. I think I've got enough to make it there, I just don't know about making it back.
I won't, definitely, because I've used 10% up to on the way to Malstock and I'll have used 10% on the way down and that leaves me with a 30% tank.
Yeah, okay. We'll do a quick refuel at Beslan then.
Sounds good.
How about I grab my BMP here and I'll meet you at the airfield?
Sounds good.
Yeah, can't carry any troops.
We are camping our airfield at Malta. Okay, behind you. Missile, okay, missile.
What heroes? They're camping our main spawn.
Gotcha.
Enemy IFF near Moscow, directly south of the...
Because we lost like 5 planes already next to Malta. They're camping us.
to the south.
If it IFF's this enemy, ask questions later.
Yeah.
The enemy IFF, 2 planes south of Moscow.
Bravo, on in front of you, all hostile. There's like 4 of them. There's more coming.
Will you be providing DCS?
No. I was just checking what's happening.
Calling the final 27 marked up.
No, this is Cold War 1947 to 1991. I don't play 104th. I respect what they do with their server, but I'm not really a fan of symmetrical matchups, like having, you know, red planes on blue or blue planes on red, so I don't really play there. I mostly play on this server, and I sometimes play on Blue Flag and DDCS. The fucking controls are really not playing nice with the chat box for some reason. We got the appropriate song going for flying this thing. It's the airfield in front of me. So while we're refueling, I'm going to redo my nav. I need to shoot a new bearing from Beslan to the landing zone, and then I've got to set the dis up as well. I'm probably not going to get exactly where I want to go. My navigation's pretty sloppy in the Mi-8, but as long as I'm close enough.
Technology when we are getting camped at Mozdok.
They might be camping you guys at Mozdok, but they're not camping us at Beslan.
When I went hot on them and suddenly my AP stepped out, so it...
Drag them high, let the coops deal with them.
I don't know how Rogo has so many problems with his MiG-21. It must be haunted.
Right after the next hill and close. Basically 25 clicks back. General direction 180 to 24. And last, before I crashed, I had 3 of them on slope. And we have SAM launches at the moment.
Okay, we're going to start adding right pedal and collective just to make sure we don't VRS. And then just watch our rate of descent.
I just got buzzed by a vegan at the farm. Not dead yet.
Oh shit, I'm landing now.
This is at the farm though, so you should be safe. He was heading west-east.
Okay. As long as he doesn't fly over the airfield and see me.
Up into flew of the air, we've got not flashed, although triggering 3 different SAMs. Firing 220.
Boiler, I'm gonna park in the car park behind the terminal building.
Copy, I'm just winds down now at the farm. Just checked MP41, seems clear. Can confirm, fire is out of fuel.
Just asking, can our SAM batteries at Mostock run out of ammo?
Yes. Oh, well they can, like, have to reload though. They'll be out of action for like 10 minutes if they're reloading.
Yeah, I guess.
They're basically white weaseling.
Oh, reload his limits? My bad.
28273.
Just picking up my crate now, Ross.
I'm refueling. Shadows and mirrors is trippy, yeah, but at least now they have trees and buildings. They didn't before. How are the teams looking? They look about equal.
Radio check. Thank you.
I might pop the windows open so I can hear, if a jet buzzes me up a bit better, because this is going to be a really risky flight.
180 to 220.
Oh, we have a hind now. Yeah, you did well, man. It's good flying together. Oh, we got 2 hinds. Nice. Well, from the sounds of it, they're camping our fucking spawn airfield, so... It is what it is. Are my brakes not on? Why are my brakes not locking? Oh, because the fucking shift key, of course. I don't know, what...
They're trying to drag you out of the semicircle.
A jet just flew over Beslan. Is it friendly?
I think that was a hind that flew over.
No, a jet just buzzed. Okay, never mind, it's a 21.
Oh, yeah. 21 just took off of Beslan.
Yeah, sorry, this is Dirk Hammer departing Beslan heading north, and we also had a hind take off east.
Roger that, yeah, no, I was in the hind, Mingle 1-1. I was just buzzing the airfield.
Copy.
Well, so I'll be in Beslan in about 2 minutes.
Does anyone have any eyes on the enemy units heading towards Beslan? The ground units?
They're dead.
Oh, perfect.
And I'll check out a bit of a waste of time because all jets spawn now with full tanks.
3 enemy IFF southwest of...
It doesn't have an INS.
You have 3 enemy IFF in
It has a Doppler radar navigation system, same as the hind. Most of the avionics are the same between the 2 helicopters. So what you do is you put in the... Leave that alone, that's deviation to the sides. You put in the distance you want to go. In this case you use nazad, which means back or like behind. Use this to count down the distance as you approach it, or you would use this button to count up the distance as you fly away from it. And then this is the bearing that you want to be traveling, either towards or away along. So this is your bearing of travel. This is your distance to or from the marked position, and then this tells you, this will actually wind up and tell you how much you've deviated to one side or the other. And this gauge will tell you as well what your deviation is, as well as your ground speed in kilometers an hour. I can't get over how shiny this is. Hopefully they fix that soon. But if I could be asked, I'd fix it myself. Like, if I knew which channel of the RoughNet controlled that, I'd fix it myself. It should be like that on the perspex, not on the cockpit wall. Or on the curtains behind Konstantin's head. So the difference between this and the Hind navigation-wise is that you don't have the map on this, but it's the same system that actually feeds it the information. Personally think the dome lights are too dim? Yes, they are, and the reason they're like that is because of the global illumination changes. So the game has two different settings. There's daylight and nighttime, and it's very distinct between them. That's what it uses to stop the lights from blinding you at night, but also make them visible during the day, and this hasn't really been updated since the last time they changed the global illumination. So that's why all the lights in this are really dim during the day, but they're really bright at night. There's boiler. Why is it the airspeed to diff switch fucks the navigation in the Hind, and what is it for? I don't know why it fucks the navigation, not sure if it's a bug or if it's meant to do that. But what it does is it takes the data from the air data probe in front of you, and it feeds that into the disk in addition to the actual Doppler radar. Let me know when you're fueled up, boiler. We're gonna go run some VMPs over to Nalchik and try and fuck with them.
Alright, I'll try to be around there.
Oh yeah, when the R60s arrive, it's gonna be glorious. Alright, lifting. Initial bearing 282.
282, copy.
I'll just try and get us there in a roughly straight line. It's quite a long flight, and it's over flat ground. We could try hide in the mountain valleys to the south, but we'd get lost, so I don't think there's much point. I think we just got to chance it.
This whole valley that Beslan sits in is in relative defilade to the rest of the flat that's up here, so we should be safe as long as we stick southish.
Well, yeah, but once we leave this little valley, we're going to be very exposed. We've got to cross a massive open field.
Oh, yeah.
But if they're all camping most of we might get away with it. You still see me?
Yep, I am Archer 7.
Alright. Really do wish this thing had a little trim hat like the Hind, but yeah.
What speed are you doing?
Yeah, it can. Pretty fast, like 240 at the moment. I usually fly around 250. I got my collective up against an afterburner detent. That's my usual, I need to get somewhere in a hurry setting.
I stripped off the pylons because we're not doing any ground attack on this, and I want to be a wee bit more fuel efficient.
Yeah, that's fair. I figured I'd keep them on just in case we come across some Hueys or something else we can spray with the guns. Cut it a little close with that tree. But yeah, the Hind does have both. It has a trim button and it has a trim hat. This only has this only has a trim button in it, not the hat.
Kilo, nearest bandit, 29 miles from 304. Group 2.
Copy.
Be advised, most of it still camped 20 clicks to 45 clicks out, general direction 180 to 240.
I don't believe so. I think it could just be... I don't know if it was plug and play as such, but I don't think it was a major modification. But I don't think it was a common modification. I don't know for sure. .7 kilometers to go. It's fun. It's like Euro Truck Simulator except airborne.
Hammer, Viet Cong, anyone comes? Yes.
Affirm.
Grid 2F5 is bearing 264, 15 nautical miles. Low. About 268 for 7 miles on your nose.
Starting to drift to the left slightly.
Negative flanking south.
I'm not actually sure. I don't have Euro Truck Simulator. I've watched a few people play it, but I never got around to getting it myself. And I don't have like a steering wheel or anything to play it with.
Tally 2 are 2 o'clock.
Alright, let's drop a little.
Just above the ridge. Far.
Get nice and low. Just gotta watch out for treetops. Hey, Frackles! Cheers for the resub. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Hope you are as well. Currently trying to do some sneaky boy shit.
Hammer 257 for 5 miles.
Been busy, then more busy. Yeah. Yeah.
We have tally on the...
I haven't quite been that busy, but I've definitely been busy, but I've had this week off work, so that's nice. It gives me some time to do a few extra cheeky streams. Okay, I have drifted a little bit off to one side now. About 1 kilometer left of my course. So let's try and compensate a little.
Platform.
Good hit.
Hammer F5 hot 267 for 5 miles.
267 for 5 miles, Hammer.
What's that for 11 o'clock now?
Oh, jeez, yeah.
He's being engaged.
Copy.
Do you have a bogey for the missile? Yep.
Hammer Huey 245 for 6 miles. You're 11 o'clock again, low. Copy. Due south of you now. Do you need to clear 360 high? Taking over shore. Right behind Hammer. I don't see you on the scope. There's clear behind Hammer.
Yeah, Columbus.
Off your 7 o'clock, Curtis.
I'll have to take your word for it, I can't see you from here.
Do you need reverse now? There's a Huey behind you. Do you have a bearing? Stand by. Two 7-3 for 3 miles, Doogie. Huey. Okay. Mango caution, Huey coming in hot on your 7 o'clock.
Starting to correct our drift here.
Contact faded. Come right slightly, Doogie.
Myself a little lower. Just gotta watch out for trees and power lines.
Huey, contact 2 o'clock. You're calling it. Come right, Doogie, come right. Neutral in here. On your nose now. Caution, there's also an MI-24 as well. Hammer is on your nose. One of you must see it. Caution, F5 lifting from Nalchik. He's out behind, but not the Huey. The Huey's directly behind him. Copy.
I probably should have actually taken the stub wings off so I wouldn't have to crane my neck to see around the site.
Right left.
Tally splash in front of us, front right wheel, like 12:30.
That was Dude, you fly heading 240 for 5 miles, F5.
Boiler actions on attack, split up, try and deploy your unit wherever you can.
Copy. Working.
No, don't do it now, if we get attacked, I mean.
Oh, copy, sorry. Boiler, picture is clear for you guys. Sorry, Magic, I highly doubt that I can see an imposter dog off my nose.
Right, big west.
Scratch that, Ross. 4 imposter dots over Nalchik.
Yeah, they just took off. As long as they stay over the airfield, we should be okay. Like, I'm hoping that hill will block line of sight. We can stay.
Still 20 miles from Nalchik.
Watch I don't clip my rotors on these trees.
There's a big furball northeast of the Nalchik airfield. Other than that, I see no other contacts.
drift under control. So we're over this tree.
Magic Polar, I lost visual. Ross, where is he in relation to me?
Turkey, bandit on your nose now, verbal. Ross, boiler is to your 9 o'clock. Boiler, Ross is to your 3 o'clock.
I see you, boiler. You're right next to me. Check right, we're like a kilometer or two away.
Yeah. See, thank you.
It's 17 kilometers. Assuming I set the disc correctly, which I think I did. Another splash right above us, off the nose.
I'm now your 6 o'clock in trail.
Yeah, let's get nice and low. We might have to start weaving between trees here. Just mind the power lines.
This is where it gets stuck.
Okay, there are no enemy fighters over Nalchik at this time. There's 2 AJS-37s beyond Nalchik from you guys.
Jesus, is there anything they're not getting rid of at this point?
Bearing 306 for 9 miles.
Seems like a really bad idea, but you know. Like, yes, let's take our premier shock force and remove all their armored support and most of their artillery.
308 for 8 miles, AJS-37.
It's okay though, we'll give them like a fucking cyber warfare division.
How come?
It's probably over-revving, Gilson. Like, my tank design over-revs in reverse because it only has 2 gears. And it, like, there's not an easy way of stopping it from doing that.
Come right.
Tied.
10k's boiler.
Copy.
That ridge line wasn't as tall as I expected, but it should still be enough.
Just give me some notice when you start to decelerate.
Yeah. Alright, once I hit this tree line off the nose, I'm going to start really cranking back, so you might want to get some lateral separation for me.
Copy. I'm dead 6 now.
Jackson, are you on comms? Jackson,
Decelerating.
F5 209 for 6 miles, F5 209 for 6 miles, Jackson. He's coming in for you. Salty, you've got a Vigan on your 6.
Distance for Salty.
You have a Vigan on your 6, he's being engaged by Doogie at this time.
Okay, I'm low on fuel and just see what I can do.
Magic, talk me. Where's coming up?
Say again, who was that?
Mockery. I'm just off, what is it, or Mockdown?
No tally.
Mockery, C-O-K-R-I, off Mockdown.
Searching.
See that stand of trees in front of us,
Oh, got you,
Bill?
got you, yeah.
Let's drop them there. Then we can maybe do
nearest
a...
bandits. Mockery nearest bandits 267 for 50 miles.
Roger, 267 to 50.
Once we drop the BMPs, we can do a quick recon run on Nalchik. Or just land there. I don't want to fly this thing all the way back, so... Normally I'd get up people for doing that, but it's like, there's 2 hours in the mission, and I'm flown out.
Stand by.
RSBN 9.
Yes. Doing vector 062 for 18 miles. Do we have any more MiG-21s looking for trade?
Is there anything other than the contact you gave Focus?
That's all there is at this time. But there's one friendly MiG-21 home just been splashed, so it's too late for him.
Alright. Keep me posted if something else shows up.
There are 3 F5s heading for Nalchik.
Yeah, but 3 versus 1, that requires too much luck.
Yep. We've got helicopters dropping DMPs southeast of Nalchik, so they're going to need some help.
Should I go there?
You could, well, you won't be able to flight 3 F5s, but you can try and
Let's
get
go,
back
boiler.
and for Nalchik. Copy. Lifting off.
I'll try to kill this lone guy if it is indeed alone, and then I'll see what I can do about that.
Fly heading 255 for 19, and that should bring you in on their 6.
Yeah, I wish you could
519.
actually, like, leave an aircraft somewhere and come back and pick it up, like, re-slot into it or something, but a bit too advanced for DCS, sadly.
Up.
Actually, caution now, you've got 2 more F5s. Nearest bandit 293.
You ready to die, Constantine? Again?
293.
I'll try not to get killed. I'll see if I can actually spot some units, maybe clear out some stuff on the ground, but this thing's not really built for it, so...
To your right.
And I'm not very accurate with the rockets.
Yeah, I need to get 1 by 1.
I'll try.
I see one on my left, 11 o'clock.
Yep, that's the nearest bandit. I don't think the other one's seen you yet.
Alright, I'll see if I can deal with this guy.
Mango, are you on comms? Roger. Bandit for you. 328 for 23 miles.
M1822 heavy to move in the South China Sea. Rocket arty means hint planned ships. That's the idea anyway.
335.
Start building light tanks again. You know, I get the Abrams is too heavy, but that's when you need some light tanks again. Get something like the fucking Sprut the Russians have. That thing's a beautiful little vehicle. Fly by it. F5s, F5s.
Fox 2,
It's okay, just dump flares.
Slash 1.
Pucker, is that you near Nalchik?
I don't know where the fuck I am. No, I got one.
Head south, due south. Concrete, due south.
Roger, due south. Am I in danger here? Anybody on my 6?
Negative, you're clean.
Perfect. Alright, I'm due south. What am I looking for?
There are bandits over Nalchik.
I see the shitstorm going on.
It's getting a bit hot in there, boys. Boiler and boss bump.
A10, A10, A10. Oiler, A10.
Where?
Over the airfield.
On your nose. Head south, guys.
Holy shit, lots of dots here.
At this point, I'm nothing more than expensive missile build. Need fighters over Vostok. Fighters over Vostok if you can.
That's over Vostok.
Vito, Tanny, contact F5 on your nose to the south low.
Oh, please. He's probably gonna try and gun me.
Caution, Pocker, you've just flown over a Vulcan there.
Fox 2. Splash.
Good job.
He's turning back in under 6 walls.
He's up by 9 o'clock, probably go 12. Engaging A10.
Not seen.
Do it.
He's engaging. He's hit me. He hit me.
Oh, he got you. Down.
Magic 4-3.
Oh!
Capture roll.
Ah! I tried to dodge it. Let me select roll. JTAC. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Whoop.
One very slow. Wrap up. Yeah, he flashed down ladder 5. Good shot. Oh shit, no, that wasn't good attention.
You're heavily outnumbered now. I suggest you withdraw. Pockety, on your 11 o'clock, parallel. Look out your left window, quick.
We'll need these A10s dealt with. They're circling the BMPs.
I'm trying to draw fire with. One's off my A2.
Got an F5 escorting them as well.
It's too complicated to call this.
Pockery,
You're surrounded.
Pockery, check 6, F5 on your tail. Come right if you can, try and hit the A10.
Where's the 10? I don't see him.
He's on your 3 o'clock, but you have an F5 close in your 4 o'clock now. Crossing,
I think I see the 10.
yeah, crossing your nose right to left is the A10. F5 is very close. Be flaring and ready to evade.
The F5's on you, he's seen you.
A10 is left, A10 is left. 278 for 5.
Missile out.
Missile missed.
Oh, you won't believe this. I broke my fucking left wing.
Just keep them busy if you can. I don't know if there's a way to set cruise control in combined arms so they never exceed a certain speed, but I need them to stay below 13 kilometers an hour.
33 miles. Overhead, Elchik.
242 for 33, thank you.
Bronco, 281, 16 miles. Get yourself overhead now, Chip.
Hey, drunken simming. Tanny's on the A10 at least.
So, the fighting still going on over Nancy.
Yeah, it's furball over Nalchik.
Alright, I'll hit the burner really hard.
APOC, if you stay below 13 kilometers an hour, you don't raise the dust trail. Doesn't matter so much in forest, but on open ground it's useful.
Bronco, there's an F5 converting on you now on your 6.
That was a worrying noise. Okay, the A10's not looking.
Hammer, you can ease up on the burner now, it's less frantic. Keep going, keep...
I gotta force my track IR. It's gonna cause me issues with the combined arms plug. This is fucking annoying.
Nearest contacts 251 for 12 miles. 251 for 12. Caution, there's sounds in the air from the bulk. There must be stingers missing there.
Oh, we're super slow in the forest.
Oh, say that again. Is there anything near me? Why not? Negative, you're clear.
Yeah, there was, fuck, who was it? The Ukrainian general. Can't remember his name now. Kravchik, I think it was?
You've got friendly BMPs
Nicholas Kravchik.
on the road to your
Part of what he did after he, wasn't active duty anymore was he went to Ukraine to democratize the Ukrainian army, which, as we can see, has gone fantastically well. But yeah, that was part of his brief. It's not a democracy in the sense that people vote for what happens, but it seems to consider itself democratic, whatever the fuck that means in context of a military force.
Also, you've got another one converting on your 6. Brake. Left. Okay, they're going for Viet Cong. No, you've both got one on your 6 now. Viet
Very
Cong
appropriate,
and,
Sol.
Hammer.
Abram.
Salty. Bearing 242, 6 miles further.
I see them.
I like that analogy. I like that analogy a lot. We don't have any air cover anymore, so gotta be careful here. Look, I think it was... the day was always going to come where the US had to pull out of Afghanistan, but they really could have organised it so much better. They should have prepared more for it. And I mean, I'm not well versed enough in US politics about this issue to know who organised which part and who didn't organise which part. I don't care if it was Trump or Biden or whoever the fuck did it, but it was not organised well enough. It was not ready in advance enough, if that makes sense. And the whole thing just turned into a clusterfuck. This should have been planned out well in advance. They should have known what they were going to do for at least a year before they did it. Like, if they had to stay one more year to organise a proper withdrawal and get the people out that needed to be got out, they should have done it. Might not have been a popular political opinion, but it needed to happen. And now what's happened is even worse politically. Like, it's just one of those things. You don't do evacuations or withdrawals, really, of any sort by halves. I know, right, Gerbil? Yeah, they did expect there to be a stable Afghan state, but I think any idea of there being a stable Afghan state after the US started pulling out was divorced from reality. It was divorced from reality even 5 years ago, let alone now. Like, realistically speaking, the Afghan government has very little power outside the cities. It's intensely corrupt. The military is top-heavy with officers who are all corrupt. So, you know, for all the shit that the regular Afghan soldiers been getting recently, the poor bastards in the rank and file did what they could. Some of them really put in some effort to fight, but when you have no ammunition, you haven't been paid for 3 months, and you know your officers are stealing your pay, I would surrender to the Taliban too. Like, what are you gonna fight with? You're gonna fucking defend Kabul with the butt of your rifle because you don't have anything to shoot out of it? Like, fuck that. Like, even if the ANA had, like, the best trained troops on Earth, the conditions that that military exists under, it's just not gonna work. They don't have the logistics. Like, that's the other thing. The Afghan government was entirely reliant on ISAF for logistics, right? Like, there's underdeveloped, and then there's Afghanistan, where you have one ring road that links the entire country, and in most places you can't use it because it's either been destroyed, or it's prone to avalanches, or it's prone to ambushes. Like, the geography of that country, coupled with the corruption of the government, and I should note as well, a government who shared ethnic ties with the Taliban, so you can imagine the ethnic minorities, like the Hazaras and the Tajiks within the Afghan military, you can imagine how happy they were to fight and die for a government that had more in common with the Taliban than they had with it.
I think I see him.
Salty merged F5.
And the take that's been going around a lot is, oh, well, we weren't there to do nation building. Well, why did you fucking start it then? If you weren't there to do nation building, why the fuck did you do it? Like, personally, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, so of course it's easy for me to sit here and say this, but personally, I don't think that we should have gone there in the first place. I don't think there was much point to doing any of it. Bin Laden wasn't even there, but even if he had been, killing him has achieved nothing. Ousting the Taliban from power has achieved nothing other than making them come back 20 years later with the ability to do real politic, and with better equipment. Like, it's just achieved nothing, other than, yeah, well, not oil in Afghanistan's case, it's more like rare earth minerals in Afghan's case, but other than resources, which was only a temporary thing anyway, because they still had to get the fucking things out of the country, other than resources and corruption, both for the Afghan government and for the US, with its, particularly its military contractors, like, it's just not been worthwhile at all. It achieved nothing actually good or real in the world. All it achieved is making a lot of people much richer than they already were, and that's about it. And causing the loss of a lot of lives. Was it something like 4,000 or 5,000? I don't remember if it was 4,000 or 5,000 Americans or 4,000 or 5,000 not Afghans, ISAF total. Then about 100 to 200,000 Afghans, maybe more. It's just, the only people that have come out of that fucking winning are Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Karzai. Those are the only people who have come out of that on top. And now the Taliban too. The war against terror was a fucking fool's errand in the first place, because it was predicated on the flawed assumption by Western intelligence, particularly the CIA, that Al-Qaeda wasn't just a couple of very rich Saudis who were willing to throw money and support at anyone who said they hated the West, but it was in fact this global terror network, very organized and sophisticated. It's a ghost, it never existed. Al-Qaeda was a couple of guys with a lot of money who were willing to throw it at idealistic young jihadis. That's all Al-Qaeda was. And of course they would claim responsibility for every attack that happened. If you're a terrorist organization, that's what you do. Doesn't matter who fucking did it, you claim responsibility for it, so you end up in the press, right? That's part of being a terrorist. You push your own image. So, Al-Qaeda, as the US interpreted it, never existed. So they've gone on this war on terror, and the only thing they've really achieved with it is kill a couple of leaders who were immediately replaced by worse ones. And they've caused so you've got a power vacuum on one hand, which was immediately filled by even worse fucking criminals. And then on the other hand, you've caused a whole bunch more recruits for their cause in the first place. So it's like, it's achieved nothing. The war on terror was probably the worst fucking blunder in at least the past 50 years. It's just incredible how stupid it was. But this is what happens when you allow your intelligence community to lead you by the nose and fabricate these wonderful stories about these spooky conspiracies they have to defeat. Like, you ask me, the majority of people who work in that field, I mean like CIA kind of intelligence, not necessarily the more direct, like, military intelligence, but they're delusional. To work somewhere like that, you have to be fucking delusional or paranoid or both on some level. They have no relationship with fucking reality. But that's assuming you want to say that it's not them funding both sides and using it as some shadowy cabal of their own. So they're either, like, it's either they're intensely corrupt beyond what we even know, or they're intensely incompetent. Pick one. Or both, maybe. Yeah, their country doesn't exist. I mean, the Taliban were providing transient shelter to people that were tied to Al-Qaeda. They weren't... Again, Al-Qaeda wasn't what the US thought it was. So the Taliban were providing shelter and training to people who were affiliated with, but the idea that Al-Qaeda was like a conventional or large force within a country, and that country was like their country, it wasn't real. Yeah, I mean, the ones that I have encountered have been some very strange people with some very funny ideas about how both the world and human beings operate. Oh boy. I'm not sure I want to see what's going on in chat. Jesus. In-game chat, that is.
Are they about Moscow again? What's the picture?
During the campaign, many capable leaders were disposed of, their leadership disrupted, and thousands of experienced fighters killed. For the Taliban. That was for the Taliban, not Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda didn't have thousands of experienced fighters. Al-Qaeda didn't have leadership beyond a handful of rich guys. Like, this is the thing. The Taliban were a large conventional force. Al-Qaeda weren't. Al-Qaeda was an idea run by a couple of guys, and again, they would just throw money at people that they thought aligned with their goals. Like, there are definitely terrorist groups who are big shadowy conspiracies, but for the most part, those haven't really existed since the 1970s, to be honest. As far as Islamic extremism goes, the majority of them don't even get along. I mean, look how many groups splintered off Al-Qaeda over the course of the last 20 years, even before Bin Laden was killed. Well, again, they were fighting the Taliban, not Al-Qaeda. And not only that, but they weren't fighting the Taliban half the time. What the Afghans started to realize is that if they told the Western forces that such and such in such and such village was Taliban, the Western forces would go solve their blood feuds for them. You have to remember, this isn't a functional country. Afghanistan, as we went into it, was not a functional fucking society. Afghanistan's never had very strong centralized government control. That's part of the reason it's a bad place to go on a little expedition. But particularly after the Civil War, even under the Taliban was relatively decentralized as well, and still is to a degree. That's why you see the Kabul Taliban acting quite differently to the provincial ones. So, a lot of the people who were being fought, especially more than 5 years into the occupation, they weren't Taliban. A lot of them were, but a lot of them weren't as well. Like, you had random villages, you had other jihad groups, you had random militias, warlords, like, it was a mess. And it was very hard to actually tell for certain who's Taliban and who isn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, and every time you go after somebody that isn't actually Taliban, you've just turned another village against you. So it becomes this sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. Good hit, APOC. I'm going to split off and move through the buildings separately so we don't both get shot at the same time. Yeah, we are. And the whole IS thing is another problem with the way the US does its foreign policy, especially recently, is it doesn't actually understand the situations it's getting itself into, and it doesn't really seem to care. And so they'll go in and they'll fuck with the balance of power in a region to suit their own goals, like they did with getting rid of Saddam. And they don't actually understand what's likely to happen afterwards. I mean, to be fair, no one knows for sure what's going to happen afterwards, but the way they go in, they go in like an absolute wrecking ball. And when you, for example, especially with Iraq, Afghanistan was already a failed state when they went in, but Iraq was not. Iraq had fairly strong leadership. Now, Saddam Hussein was not really a good guy, but he kept the country together, and he would suppress anything worse that came along, right? It was more or less stable. As soon as you remove that stability and that leadership... We've got an F5 circling around, watch out. As soon as you do that, something's going to fill the space. And if you don't know what that something is, that's a problem. That's a really big problem. And so that's what happened with IS, is the US didn't really understand that, particularly the way they did Iraq. They went in and they disassembled Iraqi society at pretty much every level, because they wanted to get rid of all the influence of the Ba'ath Party. This is something that they started to do after World War II, but they realized it was going to cause issues, and they very quickly backpedaled on it. That's why Nazis ended up back in power in Germany. That's why, you know, the former Japanese imperial authorities ended up back in power in Japan. They needed people with experience running the country to actually run the country. They didn't do that in Iraq. They just wholesale took to the whole of Iraqi society with this massive fucking wrecking ball and these grand ideas about reforming Iraqi society in the image of democracy. But when the US brings democracy to somebody, it's never the type the US has. It's always a much weaker type where they don't actually have any say in their own foreign policy. It's basically the US wants to establish vassal states, right? Which is, you know, that's understandable. Every great power is going to want to do that. But in doing so, the US basically destroyed the fabric of their entire society at every level, every institution, everything. It was just, the country was no longer working. People couldn't get food, people couldn't get water, nobody had jobs, they weren't getting paid if they did somehow still retain one. Conditions like that are absolutely ripe for the picking by some kind of radical group. And that's exactly what happened. Check out, but you can never leave. Yeah, really. I forgot track R's fucking turned off and it's going to cause issues with the gun sight. Vigan incoming from the fucking west. Northwest, right in front of us, Vigan. I don't think he saw us. Second Iraq. I mean, I can't say I really know because I don't live in the fucking Pentagon. I don't have the papers relevant, but we can safely surmise there was at least some element of I want to get Saddam back for you know, I want to prove to my dad that I can follow in his footsteps. I don't think that was a major contributing factor, but I think it was a contributing factor. I think a major contributing factor was wanting to actually have a strong foothold in the Middle East. Because, like, this is the thing, right? We have to operate on the assumption that the US, and any other great power for that matter, isn't acting in its own interest today, it's acting in its own interest in 10, 20 years. Or to the best of their ability to plan ahead. Maybe 20 years is overkill. The US might not have any issues getting oil now, but it realizes that in the not too distant future it will. And so they want to move to try and get as much influence and take as much control over oil-rich regions or areas they can put pipelines through as possible. Same thing every major power has been doing recently. Like, you know how everyone's on, oh, we'll see resource wars in our lifetime? No, they've already started. We already have seen resource wars. We just don't recognize that that's what they are yet. Hind, watch out. F5 behind you. Yeah, but we keep getting buzzed by F5s and Biggins.
Sometimes.
Okay, he isn't looking at me. We'll make a quick sprint down the road. Shouldn't raise dust while we're on it. Yeah, most people don't realize that from the German perspective, aside from, you know, the Holocaust, which they wanted to do anyway, the war in the East certainly was a resource war for them as well as an ideological one, because Germany had no oil and they needed it very, very badly. God, I hope the Vigan tries to land to refuel or rearm. That'd be fucking beautiful. I'd love a chance to shoot one of them up on the ground. I mean, even if we make the argument that there were goals in the start, they weren't, like, that's the thing, the goals didn't have any real basis in reality. They weren't smart goals, or really achievable ones, to be honest. Because you're trying to fight basically a punishment action, right, against the Taliban for sheltering a conspiratorial terrorist group which doesn't exist in the form you believe it does. Like, you're looking for something you're never going to find, because it doesn't exist, right? That was the issue, is they were looking for something they were never going to find, because that thing was not, you know, it didn't exist in that form. Al-Qaeda absolutely existed, it wasn't what the US thought it was. It wasn't what the US convinced themselves it was. And all the while they were looking over their shoulder for Al-Qaeda, they should have been looking for individual radicalized youths who had become disaffected from Western society for whatever reason, like, oh shit, I don't know, late-stage capitalism making them feel like they would never get anywhere in life, or, you know, them not being able to afford healthcare, or not doing well at school because the other kids made fun of them, whatever. They should have watched out for that kind of thing, and dealt with it at the source before waiting for that disaffected youth to go, you know what really vibes with me? Fundamentalist Islam. Like, that's... If you have a decent social safety net, you're not going to have problems as much, at least. You always have some issues, but you will not have nearly as many problems with terrorists. And the other thing is, as well, the scale of terrorism outside of September 11th. September 11th was so unprecedented, like, it was just nobody except the CIA could have seen that coming, right? At least the scale of it. Everyone knew that they'd make an attack, but nobody knew it would be that big. Except the CIA. But outside of that, all the other terrorist attacks that have happened since then, not counting the recent spate, which have all been white supremacists, but if we only take into account fundamentalist Islam extremism, Europe used to put up with worse shit than that in the 70s. Like, fuck, when I was a kid growing up in the UK, we still had bomb drills every other week at school. Like, the IRA was still actively blowing up city centres when I was a kid. And people were just like, you know, another day in sunny England. And now, like, one guy drives a truck through a marketplace or something, which is absolutely horrible, but suddenly that's justification to start clamping down on civil liberties, it's justification to go to war with somebody. Like, miss me with that shit. Aside from September 11th, which was in terms of scale just unprecedented, aside from that, what's the difference? It's nothing new. The US has dealt with terrorism before, Europe's dealt with terrorism before, they dealt with it much worse than they're dealing with it now. I mean, take Australia for example. Australia's got this paranoia. Like, Australia, summed up, is like Notice Me Senpai in country form. They desperately want to be important and relevant on the world stage. But they also have an overinflated sense of that importance. And so, after September 11th, and then especially after the Bali bombings, which were targeted at Australian tourists, but it was overseas, after that, Australia had this bee in its bonnet that was going to be the target of the terrorist attack, and so we started having the same shit that we had across the English-speaking world. You know, our civil liberties went out the window. We didn't have many to start with. This country doesn't have a Bill of Rights. It never has, by the way. Just casually throwing that out there. Oh, and, you know, now our government's approved a whole bevy of measures to allow law enforcement and nameless, unaccountable government security agencies to gain access to people's online accounts with retroactive warrants on basically any excuse and hide any sign that they were there, and not, you know, not give any warning that they were doing so. This is the kind of country we live in, right? Anyway, Australia was so convinced it was going to become the next terrorist target that when a single Iranian... oh fuck. I hope you didn't see that. I misclicked. When a single Iranian dude with some mental health problems besieged a cafe, they were convinced that was the terrorist attack they'd all been waiting for. Where's this fucking Bradley? Right in front of me. Oh, why did it reload? HE! Okay, Bradley down. Fuck, it got APOC.
APOC, I'm going to sling out another BMP to you. It'll be 20 minutes, so.
Oh shit. CF5 strafing me, I think. that first burst was because I somehow switched back to HE without realizing it. It wasn't CA damage model, it was just me being dumb. Fuck. There's something there, but I can't see it. I need to get this bad boy into the trees where the F5 can't see it. It's a 939 somewhere on the other side of the sports field. Can't see the runway from here. Where is it? It's straight east. Oh, there's a 939. But I can't see it. My commander can, apparently. Oh, there we go. It'll be on the other side of that. C1 dead. I just nudge this forwards, maybe. What bearing is it? 73 degrees. Oh, there it is. I think he sees me. I mean, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing, I know that. But I mean, in terms of Europe has dealt with terrorism before, and it's dealt with a lot more intense terrorism than it is now. That's what I mean. I certainly don't think the RAF or the IRA are the same thing. But yeah, have a good evening. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, about gun control, exactly. There's no... Like, I own guns. I'm not an American. If I approach that discussion on, like, no matter what I say, I'm fucked. If I say maybe we shouldn't treat guns like they're death totems that just kill people all by themselves, and banning them isn't going to solve any of the problems, well, it might tamp some of them down, but it won't solve them. I'm apparently Satan and probably a Nazi. If I say that we should probably actually keep track of people who, you know, who do own certain guns, like, I think there should be a registry. I just think it shouldn't be leaked as often as it is. Like, we have a registry here and the cops fucking lose it all the time, or people get into it. It needs to be kept secure so people don't know where they can go steal guns off somebody, right? Or, you know, I think that there should be more stringent background checks or cooling off periods or whatever, so people don't immediately go shoot their school up because they had a bad day. Oh, fuck. I didn't see it. Where'd it come from? We got 2 more BMPs. Apox driving 1. Shell Shock's in another. Ah. Barrymore's in one. Jesus, we got all sorts of people in BMPs now. Boiler will take control of that BMP once you drop it off.
No worries, I'm at the 5 at the minute.
Apox getting donked, I think. Yep. Two Vulcans marked near the inner marker at the airfield. Take a 21 up for a strike. Tempting. I'm gonna put the spring back on my pedals. Barrymore, if you're on comms, check your 2 o'clock, Bradley. Bearing 276. So we got an EWR, 2 EWRs up there. That's my EWR there. Looks like the picture's pretty clean.
Смотри экран.
Teams are still fairly even.
comrade.
Hey Boiler, cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll take control of that BMP once you drop it off, I think. Background checks can help, not so much for school shootings, but things like domestics. So if somebody has a history of domestic violence, you can tell that them buying a gun all of a sudden is probably questionable. And that's also where cooling off periods help. As for school shooters, yeah, you're not really going to help that much with measures like that, but where you do try and cut back on that is actually keeping an eye on kids in school who are having a hard time, because usually your school shooter is not the most popular person in the school who gets along with everybody, right? It's somebody that's not doing well academically. They're bullied to shit and back by every other kid in the school. It's fucking obvious, right? You can fucking tell. There's even memes about, oh, you can tell that kid's gonna grow up to be a school shooter. If you can fucking tell, then why aren't you doing something about it? You know? Like, it just feels like there's no effort to actually fix the root of the problem from either side. Think I should get the F5 or the Saber? The F5 is a bit more versatile in terms of servers you can play it on. The Saber's a really, really nice jet, and it's a fantastic thing to fly in the Korea server, and you can fly it in here, but you're kind of limited in what servers you'll get any use out of it with, whereas the F5's a little more useful, I guess, for multiplayer in general. Don't want to have to pay to train teachers or school psychologists. Yeah, I know, it's... Look, you get what you pay for when it comes to healthcare and social security, right? Yeah, there's a Korea server. Korea 1952. Look, the US does have a massive population, so that's going to affect things, but if you look at per capita the number of incidents of gun violence they have, it's still out of proportion to everybody else. And it's not because the US has more guns than anyone else. It does have a lot of guns, and most countries don't have that many. But there are other countries, even in Europe, who are very gun-friendly countries. Like, look at the Czech Republic, for instance. And they don't have anywhere near the same level of problems as the US does. Werner, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Probably shouldn't rant in my chat. I mean, I'm ranting on my stream, so... I mean, the thing with background checks is you're mainly checking to see if somebody has a history of violent crime, like if they've got any assault charges or anything like that, or if they've engaged in some sort of... or if they've been pinged for domestic violence, right? If they've been involved in domestic violence in the past, you can be pretty sure that giving them a gun is a bad idea. Because a certain type of person gets done for domestic violence, especially repeatedly, and it's the kind of person you don't want ever being anywhere near a weapon. Things like assault are a bit more situational. Like, you can get done for assault on the slightest fucking thing sometimes, but... they need to actually make sure you're not giving guns directly to somebody with a history of violent crime. Make sure you're not giving guns to somebody that doesn't know how to use them or is going to be irresponsible. And then, you know, for the schools, again, you get what you pay for as far as mental health goes. If you're not willing to put the money into it, then you have to live with the consequences, which the US does, and they just try and shuffle the blame. Either if you're a Democrat, they'll shuffle the blame onto guns. If you're a Republican, they'll shuffle the blame onto, I don't know, the gays corrupting Western society or whatever shit they're on this week. Like, neither party is interested at all in actually solving the problem, because if either party actually solved the problem, they wouldn't have something to fucking run on to get re-elected. That's the fucking long and the short of it. Nobody actually wants to solve any of the problems, because doing so would actually, you know, fuck them out of a job, pretty much. Because they are career politicians, don't get that wrong. They are career politicians. They're not in it because they fucking care about people. They're in it because they want to sit on cushy government pay for the rest of their life. the few times you actually get a politician come along with some conscience, and this isn't exclusive to the US at all, this happens all over the place. We have a real bad case of it at the moment. But the moment you get somebody who actually comes along and stands on their principles, they're an outcast. They're an absolute outcast, and everyone else will attack them for it.
Yeah, we have tally.
And unfortunately, only one American politician in recent history has figured out how to turn that to their advantage, and it wasn't the right one. Somewhere near enough to Nalchik that it's not a long drive, but also where it's safe. Maybe, like, on the eastern side of the town of Uravan. Mike Papa 01.
Copy. Yep, sick.
Oh, we got a wagon wheel happening over here. That's why our Prime Minister's getting labelled a criminal left, right and centre. Meanwhile, ours who are actual criminals, if you criticise them, they send the secret police after you. Our Deputy Premier, I live in New South Wales, right? My Deputy Premier sent a special counter-terror / anti-stalking, I can speak, task force after a fucking, like, teenager who happens to work for an online journalist, who isn't called an online journalist because he actually tells the fucking truth. Because they are trying to hold the Deputy Premier in question to account for being corrupt. Like, immensely, unbelievably corrupt. So he decided that that was cyberbullying and stalking and sent the secret police after them. Our Premier has a history of covering for all sorts of nasty people, including sex offenders, in at least one case because she slept with said sex offender. It's just disgusting. The state of this fucking place is fucking disgusting. I was just at a gun range the other day and a 16-year-old girl almost shot me and she thought it was funny when everyone was yelling at it. Yeah, like, some of the shit I've seen people do is just infuriating. I'm of the opinion, right, my stance on the whole machine guns thing, the NFA, is that you should actually be able to get them and it shouldn't cost you a ridiculous amount of money, because all you're doing there is gatekeeping to rich irresponsible people instead of just irresponsible people. I think instead it should be such a pain in the ass and such a mountain of paperwork to go through that by the end of it, the only people who actually bother to go through with the process are the people that actually have legitimate interest and aren't fucking morons. Like, if you want to restrict who gets their hands on something, make it a fucking a bureaucratic nightmare to go through. And that will thin the herd real quick. Real fucking quick. Because the people who hammer check 6, you got a F5 close. Also...
Yeah, I know, I'm Winchester, bingo.
Alright, Pure Paddy, you've got another F5 coming in towards your 9 o'clock close range. Yeah, like, people who are only in something for a bit of a giggle and aren't going to be responsible, you can dissuade them with paperwork. You can't stop them from getting stuff, but you can dissuade the majority of them. Hammer, I think this might be a bit of a hero of the Soviet Union moment for you. It doesn't look like you're going to get home. Do what damage you can, my son.
I know, we splashed like 3 F5s and we're just empty.
ZR89, if you're on comms, head 263 degrees for 30 kilometers, A10 inbound, tracking southeast. Operator and Salty, if you are armed and ready to go, for you that is 280 for 50 kilometers.
I'm out of gas.
280, copy.
What's that BMP doing down there? I'm in a JTAC slot, so I can't issue it move orders. Yeah. And that's exactly it. You just make it such a mess of paperwork and make it look like you won't be able to get it, so that only the people that have a genuine, legitimate, committed interest will go for it. legalize tanks more. The issue with tanks is more, at least ones without working guns. Obviously for gun wipes it's a different issue. But the main issue with tanks is a lot of the time they're not illegal because of the weapons or the fact it's a fucking tank. It's more because of the amount of damage they tend to do to roads. So most of the legislation that stops you from just going out and buying a fucking tank and driving it around is related to road legislation, not weaponry. Oh, they absolutely fuck up roads. Absolutely, and they're difficult to drive competently on a road too. Like, it's one thing to drive a tank off-road, but actually driving it on a road, you can't see shit in a tank. Even if you're turned out of the hatch, you can barely see shit, so I can understand why it's not really encouraged, shall we say. Problem solving might be different. I'm surprised to hear that in the US they have armed guards at hospitals. Something that didn't even occur to me as a thing that could ever be relevant. Yeah. With that said though, you do often need quite serious security at hospitals because at least I'm speaking for Australia. I don't know how other countries do their health systems, but typically public hospitals here will have to deal with people who have, you know, they're jacked up on something or they're having a mental health crisis and they might not be entirely compliant, shall we say. So we don't have armed guards wandering around or, you know, fucking guys with M16s, but we do have security guards at hospitals and sometimes they do have to deal with some pretty gnarly shit. It's just part of the thing you get with a hospital because you're treating people that have got some sort of health problem, and that also includes people who are high as fucking kites and people who are having a major episode. Yeah, hospital security does need to be looked at because in a lot of cases it's just not enough.
I can't see him. He's got an ADAX call.
Say again, call sign?
Salty.
Okay, salty, 228 for 2 kilometers. MiG operator, check your 3 o'clock, F5, turning it on.
That's visual, copy.
Salty, check your 3, now you're 2.
I see, is it one hostile?
Left side is hostile, right side is friendly. Oh, that's right, we have R60s on this mission. MiG operator, he's back on you.
Overshot you, Nick.
Oh, got visual.
Box on you. Shoot track. No, nice dodge.
You guys might want to speed it up, you got another F5 coming in from the west. Pure Putty, if you're on comms, turn 280 for 50 kilometers, intercept F5, tracking east. Altitude 350 meters. Salty, have you still got visual?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, A7 and F8 are coming. Pure Putty, turn bearing 318 for 12 kilometers, turn north. 2 friendly MiG-21s engaged with single F5, another F5 coming in from the west. I am tempted to actually jump in a 21 or a 19 at this point. Boiler, there's only about an hour left in the mission. I might actually hop in a fighter.
No worries. I can't get this fucking guy.
They got an A10 back over Nalchik anyway.
4 missiles
You've got a friendly MiG-21 joining from the south. Salty, just as a heads up, the other F5 joining is 10 kilometers to your west-northwest, and Conqueror is right behind you.
Yeah, I'm out.
I gotta plug my pedal spring back. Oh, excuse me, plug my pedal spring back in. Got a song playlist on Discord? Yes. Also, it'll give you a link if you put in ! playlist in chat. Ah, like so.
Are you the lead or the chase aircraft?
It varies by state anyway. It's better. It varies by state in the US, so some states are easier than others. Some states you can't get them, period. Some states you can get them if you have the money. It's not much effort. I do the 14-day trial on Steam? Unfortunately, no. Standalone only. Oh, looks like Pure Putty. Check your 6 o'clock F5 tracking east close. Salty, it looks like he might head back your way. Yeah, he's on you, Salty. I'm gonna scramble. About 5 kilometers, maybe less. We're not gonna bother taking fuel tanks.
Перезарядка по плану.
Actually, I should probably change my ammo type to... Just give me tracer, high explosive incendiary tracer, rather. Words are hard. Okay,
Перезарядка по
there we go.
плану. Принял.
We'll leave that for now. Wait until the first engine's spooled up. Go off. Leave that off or it'll start beeping at me.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Five two eight, 1060, 528 and 1060.
Убрать колодки.
Oh, helps to actually turn everything on, doesn't it?
Командир, колодки убраны.
I would actually like to do it sometime. Just to know when. Alright, let's get rolling. There's some skiddies on the taxiway there. De Bommel, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. Okay, both engines should be spooled up by now. I don't know why my frame rate's so low. Weird. Actually, I haven't restarted my PC for like a week. That probably doesn't help. Flaps are set. Yeah, well, I try and keep a good mix of both around here. Yeah, pretty much. Rants with some interspersed gameplay sometimes. Okay, well, something just woke our air defense up. Oh, it's calling the wrong EWR. I hate when this happens. To manually go through the menu. 245 for 30. Good thing I didn't bring a drop tank. 245 for 30 from Mozdok. Oh, nearly hit it. Merged. See him. Oh, there he is. It's a big one. And there's the freeze as I get near it. Merge with a Vigan over the river, just southwest of Mozdok. Oh shit, I forgot to fucking switch on the missiles. He's gonna get away from that easy. Ooh, nice shot. That was a good bait. Until server restart. Less than an hour. Well, if we're gonna be dealing with that, I might switch back to a 21. It's a little easier. Actually, I say that, the 19 is probably better for dealing with that, but we'll take a 21. We'll take a 490. Basically a takeoff tank. Oh, no, not that yet. What am I doing?
2-4-0. Удаление 30 на 500. Дистанция не меняется.
That script keeps misfiring. Maybe that's why the server's, or like, maybe that's why it's stuttering. Might be a server issue rather than a game issue.
Командир, оружие подвешено. Обнаружена новая цель. 265. Удаление 100 на 500. Дистанция не меняется. Обнаружена новая цель. 261. Удаление 100 на 500. Дистанция не меняется.
Why is the F-100 so underappreciated? I guess because it's overshadowed. It's overshadowed earlier on by the Sabre, and it's overshadowed later on by the Phantom. It's kind of in the same position as the MiG-19. It was a really revolutionary aircraft when it came out, but within less than, 2-3 years it had already been replaced by something that could go twice as fast and climb twice as quickly. Like, jet development was so rapid back then that something was basically obsolete by the time it went into production. It was incredible. Warmed up, yeah. Do we have any other fighters up? Razor and Kiripati, and that's it. Of course, we're outnumbered hugely.
Первый, 103. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 252. Удаление 30. За 1500. Расходитесь.
No, I didn't. I saw the reaction to it, but thankfully I don't think I opened chat quickly enough to spot what he said.
Seriously outnumbered.
I know.
Closest target is... Wait. Standby. Closest target is on your right.
2015.
Just on the other side of that river, F5.
Yeah, I see him on radar. I see a second further out behind him.
810, close behind him.
Mm-hmm.
On your nose now, 10 miles. He's aware, not on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's diving on you. Feet diving on you, 5 miles. Radar result, nice. Missed. Times 2.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna pop me while I'm distracted with this guy. Not much I can do about it. Hey, gun me. Not much point. We don't have any ground forces left to play with either.
Anyone else on comms?
I don't remember how long's left in the mission, but it's not that long. Take those. 60, 60, half an hour. Yeah, let's grab the betabs. Take this. Oh, this is going to be a one-way trip. No, we'll take the 800.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Why do I keep doing that? We're not doing that yet.
Командир, оружие подвижно.
I doubt this is going to work, but we'll try it. And it's the end of the mission, and we're hideously outnumbered, so I kinda don't care if technically I'm not meant to do this. Leave that. We'll just set this in case I do get jumped. It's not the weapon I would like to do what I'm about to do, but it's the one I have. Like 20 minutes maybe. This is the problem with this mission sometimes, is it's very easy to just sit over an airfield and fuck people as they take off. We've done it to Blue, and they've done it to us. Like, it goes both ways on this mission, it's whoever gets to it first. This time it was Blue, but previously it's been Red. I had probably one of my best runs ever, if I can stop the nose wheel shimmy. I had probably one of my best runs ever on this mission by doing exactly that. I locked down Blue so hard they couldn't get out of their own airbase. So I feel like, and this is an issue I have with Alpin's missions, is he doesn't put air defense anywhere except the airfields or the objectives. He never actually puts air defense between objectives, and so if you sit just outside the range of the Cubs at the airfield, you can just bag people pretty much as soon as they take off. And unless you've got a full coordinated team, which we did have at the start of the match, but we don't now, there's not a lot they can do about it. Looks like people are joining up, but they're all joining Blue, because of course they are. Somebody just got shot down right in front of me, which is probably the guy that just took off. Which is why I'm not going to go where he just went. Holy shit. Yeah, imagine, right? Point 8. $900 indicated. Yeah, one of our other MiGs just disconnected, so... I mean, I don't know if this is going to count as a win for one team or the other, or if it's just going to count as a draw, but there's not much that either team can do to change the outcome here, so it's just turning into, hey, let's hell camp the other team, I guess. And they have more players, so they can do that more effectively than us right now. Belly tank's already empty. That was quick. Thought I did put an 800. Well, I did put an 800 on, but climbing pretty steep. Yeah, half an hour. Hey, Dub. Hopefully the target will not be covered by a cloud. Hopefully. But we're navigating by RSBN, so we'll know when we're over it. I should have done the trigonometry on this, but if I'm coming in at 15 kilometers altitude and I want to do a 45-degree dive, figure out what the angle is. And I'm bad at maths. Whatever, I can always wing it. I won't, because I got the RSBN. I know exactly where I'm going. The autopilot doesn't like functioning at this low of a speed. Well, this low of an indicated airspeed. I might actually just hand fly it. Fuck it. To get some speed and then zoom climb. Although I'm not sure I'll be able to get up to that speed with the BETABs on. Is it... Yeah, I am genuinely that bad at maths that I did not think that. I'm conning. Like I was actually above comms till I dived back down for speed there. Someone is coming to intercept me. So what altitude is that? $210 for 3. Oh, there he is. You know what? I could always just do this. Oh! I mistimed it. I was gonna try and zoom up away. Oh well. Well, we had some good times in the helicopters. Unfortunately, our team all fled once we realized we weren't gonna win the mission. So the plan was, and I probably should have factored in the fact that BETABs slow you down that much because they're so draggy. The plan was to go up to about 15 kilometers. So I'm right on the ceiling of most of Blue's aircraft, or above it, and then deliver a present. And I nearly got there. But because I don't do much air to ground, I completely underestimated how draggy that would make me. If I was clean, I would have outrun that guy easily. He would never have caught me. But if I was clean, I wouldn't have been going where I was going anyway. We're playing for 5.5 hours. I actually need to get some shit done today, otherwise I would keep streaming. So I think next time we might do some DayZ, perhaps, because I haven't played that for a long time, and I want to actually play DayZ Livonia, because I haven't had a chance to really get into that. But we'll see. There may also be some more armor in the next couple of days. I'm not sure if the guys finished the Anti-Stasi campaign yet or not. So we'll see about that. Pilot looks super low polygon? Yes, because he is. Also, the smoothing groups aren't applied properly. And it's weird because as soon as I separate from the seat, the model changes. But I'm not going to separate from the seat until I'm quite a bit lower than I currently am. see who's on. See where I can send you all. Oh, there we go. See? Oh, look at that. Suddenly my my body is different. And I'm wearing a different uniform. Bear with me. I haven't raided Missy for a while, and he raided me the other day, so we might return the favor here in a moment. Just as soon as I can get it to work. Yeah, seriously. Alright, there we go. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Hope you'll have a wonderful day. I don't know when the next stream will be, but I'll see you when I see you. Enjoy Missy.